Okay, fine. So any question from anyone in these things? No question? I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
you are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are four more points which we will be covering. Number one is the annexure A, that is called reference control objectives and controls. There are total 38 controls for any AI solutions. This is what they have recommended. We will see that there are certain controls which are provided by NIST also. This is a global standard, this ISO 42001, but there are certain other standards also available like NIST 600. There the number of controls are slightly more. We will see those things, but our focus would be limited towards annexure A, normative, reference control objectives and controls. These are 38 controls. But we will give you the pointer that if you want to have more control, you can refer to the NIST also. It is up to you. Then we will be referring to Annexure B, that is implementation guidance for AI controls. Annexure C, potential AI-related organizational objective and resources. There is certain guideline which needs to be complied to. And Annexure D, use of AI management system across domain or sectors, like healthcare, life sciences, clinical services. There are multiple other things associated with that one. But it is not the complete aspect. We also have to refer multiple other standards as mentioned like NIST 600. We will also be referring to ISO 22989. That is for the risk management of the artificial intelligence. There are certain guidelines and the parent standard for that is ISO 31000, that is the enterprise risk management. How we have to do the risk management, risk assessment, risk treatment in artificial intelligence organization, that we will be talking about by referring to that standard. Similar way in ISO 27001, like you follow 27005. Again for 27005, the parent standard is ISO 31000. In other standards like quality management system, the 9001, there is a separate standard, 9005, for the quality related risk management. Here we will be referring to more artificial intelligence related risk management. So we will be going through that standard also. Then we will be going through some more standard for like data life cycle, 5259. That is for the data life cycle. Application life cycle, you all know. Then there would be certain algorithmic life cycle. We will see all those parameters. That what is that organization is expected to do and implement for adequate artificial intelligence management system. In process, we will also be referring to one more standard called 19011. That is for the auditing module. So how audit should be conducted or what auditor usually look for. From an implementation perspective, you will understand as an auditor that what auditors look for. So those are the standards which we will be covering, and we would also be doing exercises, and there would be extensive, massive exercises like risk assessment, the impact assessment, context setting. There are long exercise. We will be deciding at the right point of time which case study we are going to be taking, depending upon your interest and expectations. So we will be covering those aspects. I hope it is clear. Usually
Yes,
after,
sir.
usually after every 1.5 hours, we will take break for 10 minutes. And there would be long break, let's say around 30 to 45 minutes for the lunch time.
Okay.
Okay. What time you all would break for lunch? Then I will be aligning the course accordingly.
1 o'clock, if at all suitable to everyone.
1 o'clock?
1:30, anything can find.
Yep, it works for me as well.
Okay, so let's go with the 1 o'clock. We talked about this. What is AI? So here it is more clearly defined. Artificial intelligence refers to the simulation of human intelligence process by computer system. These processes include learning, the acquisition of information, and rules for using the information. Learning, that means the acquisition. We all as a human being, we learn it. We use those information. Right? What is the reason for accepting that one? And the self-correction. Do remember, any artificial intelligence would be categorized as an artificial intelligence if there is something associated with these parameters. Otherwise, it is simply a automation. It is not an artificial intelligence. And self-correction. So there should be self-correction as well. AI encompasses various techniques such as machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision, robotics, and expert system, among others. In our case study, we will select accordingly. AI enables machine to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, such as understanding natural language, like probably you would have seen the text to speech or speech to text conversions, language conversion from one language to other language. There are translations which are happening. Recognizing patterns in data, you can establish some kind of a correlation. Like we know and we see that nowadays United States have imposed certain sanctions on India. So what impact it could be on financial matters? Yesterday we saw that India growth was, let's say, 7.2. So what would be impact based on the historical data associated with that one? So this is what we call the recognizing the pattern in data. There would be correlations, there would be regressions, we will talk about that. Making decisions and solving complex problems. AI system can be trained to learn from data, adapt to new inputs, and perform tasks autonomously, often with increasing accuracy and efficiency over time. So we have to very clearly demonstrate between artificial intelligence and automation. For automation, there are different standards to be implemented, like ISO 12207, that is for life cycle related to application automation, application development, application deployment, DevOps pipelines, CI/CD pipelines, and all those things. But here, any AI solution, it will have to be categorized in this category, whatever we talked about. Any question from anyone on this particular side?
Not yet.
Not yet. Great. So I hope you all agree with this.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing in this training, probably you will see that usually in other trainings we don't refer to, but difference of opinion, because this is a slightly new standard. Not slightly, this is a new domain, also a new standard. So in the process, we are also learning. So in case there is some correction, please feel free to add that one. In our witness audit also, we refer the same. So I will keep on asking this question, that any difference of opinion. Usually it is same, not a challenge, but this is what we have been instructed to, that you have to capture any difference of opinion from the subject matter expert also, wherever you come across that situation. So I will be using that one. So again here, Any difference of opinion on these definitions from anyone present in the training session? No?
No.
Yeah, so I go by that. What is the artificial intelligence and its objective? So we can see there automation. Yes, of course, automation, because you are simulating the human intelligence. So streamline tasks and processes to reduce manual effort, like front desk. So if you want to eliminate investment on a person by making sure that bringing in adequate chatbot, which is AI enabled, so you are automating the role of the front desk. They are guiding, they are asking you, what are you looking for? And instead of a front desk person, this AI solution is providing you whatever you are looking for, like in mall, what you are looking for, and they are providing using some kind of a neural network. So that is the automation you are automating. Decision enhancement. There is always a possibility of error in human being, given a set of situations and their emotional situations. There are chances of error. Multiple factor emotions play into role while decision making. And that's where like emotional intelligence aspects come into picture. But because these are the machines, so they will perform the same task exactly as programmed. So there would be decision enhancement. Prediction. Anyone would like to comment on what is prediction?
Prediction, basically.
Analyzing the data and predict what could happen, kind of based on the historical information is prediction.
Yes, based on the historical information. So you are trying to predict future based on the past, right? There are certain assumptions. That means there is a direct correlation between past and future. Sometimes that assumption is right, sometimes that assumption is not right. For example, in early 80s, the number of female employment, they were very low. They were I mean, all the ladies, they were not working that much. So if you are taking a data and correlating it from today, there would be challenge. You won't be able to predict it adequately because of the various promotional, government promotion, and the law and order situations. All the females, they have started coming up, even at a root level, like even at a village level also. So if you go by that data of 1980 to 2000 and try to correlate in 2025, your prediction would be wrong. Right? Similar situation is other places, like in India. We were not manufacturing the defense equipment, but now we are producing the defense equipment. Let's say that you are taking a data from 2000 to 2010, and then you are trying to predict the future. It won't work because that time it was not there. So there are certain challenges associated with these aspects in your prediction. So that is a control which needs to be established adequately. We will talk about that as well. These are the objective which we have to set, that the prediction should be accurate and adequate. Personalization, customize experience and services to individual preferences, like whatever we want. It can be, you can tweak your automated system, your machines, your artificial intelligence management system to suit the individual needs. Personalization, we talked about that. Optimization, improve efficiency and performance. So it should be improving the efficiency and performance of system, because we always see that there are certain errors associated with the human based on their emotional state, emotional parameters. Natural language processing, that is interpret and process human language for interactions. Creativity augmentation, assist in generating a new ideas and solutions. Ethical and responsible AI, that is a very, very important aspect, ethical and responsible AI. There are chances because we all are interacting with now machines. They are not a legal entity. They are not a human. You can't go and raise FIR against them that they provided something wrong to you. Even if you go and raise, there is no law in the country that you can raise a FIR against a robot or against a machine. There are certain challenges associated. There are certain countries who have governed it, who have regulated it, but there are still a lot of countries who have not regulated these aspects. At the most, you can go and say that the person who provided the solution to you, but then there are multiple other causes associated. And this is one of the biggest worry of all the government nowadays because it is highly unregulated area. So in that case, if it is unregulated, you don't know. There can be biasness also. They can change you. If you go and ask ChatGPT that I'm having fever and what is the medicine, it will provide you certain medicines, right? The list of medicine. From where that is coming is dependent upon the data which is available on World Wide Web. Yesterday also I saw a news that someone took a medicine as recommended by ChatGPT and he had to get admitted into the hospital. Okay. ChatGPT is secure because it is not a human being. It is not a person to whom you can go and raise the FIR and ask for some kind of a penalty. At the most, you can ask for their parent organization. But what parent organization is putting as a disclaimer that this is artificial intelligence, you are interacting with machine, not a human being, there are error possible. So they are safe. These are the points which are associated with ethical and responsible artificial intelligence solutions.
So Sanjay, I
Yeah.
have a question.
Yeah.
So earlier we were discussing like what Gen AI can't do. I did mention like ethical and moral aspect is something with which Gen AI can't do,
Hmm.
right? Then what is the purpose of creating such services for consumption? Putting a disclaimer is one aspect, which is fine.
Yeah.
That's basically to legally to protect someone that this is a robot or whatever it is, right? So when that is not a fault of AI or Gen AI, why
Hmm.
such services are first created? That's my first question.
These services are created for other purposes like automation, decision enhancement, predictions, personalization, optimization, natural language understanding.
Hmm.
Let us take an example. You are asking, flight landing and takeoff. There is a autopilot mode. Autopilot is automatically taking decision on behalf of pilot,
Yes.
right? Now, the question which you are raising that we should not have the autopilot mode, right? Why should we have it?
Uh, no, but autopilot is not completely AI, right? It will have some mechanical interface also.
No,
Where
no, it is mostly automated. They usually sleep. The pilots usually sleep, leaving onto the hand of the autopilot mode.
uh, I basically have a little I would say like probably I would say this is my lack of understanding. How do you see artificial intelligence and automation? Both are not the same according to me. Though it is largely coined as a subset and superset kind of thing. But why do we want to correlate automation with AI or Gen AI? Automation is
Because
there for years because that is a repetitive task which is proven and all those things. So we are trying to automate something. And what is that to do with Gen AI or AI? What is intelligence in that? Because there is a separate, there is a dedicated process there. Step by step instruction is there. And instead of a person going and doing it, we are automating that. That's it. But AI is much beyond that, right? So why are we trying to correlate automation with AI?
there are certain things which are coming up nowadays as a auditor to us
Mm.
that they are simply automating, like SAP or any of your ERP solution. Do you think it can be treated as a artificial intelligence?
I don't think so.
right? You can't.
Yeah.
It is a pure automation of level 4 task. Level 4 task means the operational task,
Okay. Hmm.
right? There is a person who is raising the request. There is someone who is raising the PO, someone who is receiving it in stores, someone who is issuing it to the user, right? These are
Hmm.
the steps which you are automating it, right?
Right.
Probably
There is no human decision involved in it. It is automated,
Correct.
right? But
Correct.
when you are saying that, ki let us say the store person, there is a store person, and a store person, you are removing that role of a store person and saying developing a system which automatically understands that who needs what, and they are automatically issuing.
There is a difference here, right? In the example, what you said.
Yes, I just gave that example from your question perspective,
Correct.
like how you are correlating between automation and other aspects. So let us say SAP is coming with some other features, and they are saying that no, the login is not required. It will see the current inventory status, whatever is there. It will understand the economic order quantity onto the floor. Okay. And it would automatically issue the material, and there will be some kind of a warehouse or storage system which will release these quantities to the shop floor directly. There is no need of any person who is manually releasing all the items for the shop floor consumption.
Sir, can I say that
Yes,
the
yes,
purpose
please.
of automation is doing thing automatically, or which is repeated task basically, and the focus of artificial intelligence is thinking, learning, and decision making. So that's probably the difference. Wherein we can say that uh, when we do automation, the learning is not there. But whereas when we do artificial intelligence, we do learn from data and experiences.
Yes. No, in automation also there are learning.
Hmm.
Right.
No,
But
it's a human learning. See, it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
we can give an example of automation. Basically, like we see a lot of. I come from even mechanical company, like so robot arm welding same part of the car basically, like
Hmm.
which is
Hmm.
very complex and difficult to enter by a human.
Hmm.
That's we can call it as an automation basically. Whereas now we are looking about Tesla cars.
Hmm.
So the car is basically looking at a road map, looking at traffic, and then automatically deciding the best route or the speed, basically. So that
Hmm.
is more of a like learning from the data and experiences and taking decisions. So that we can call it as an artificial intelligence.
Right. Like automation is a train system. There is a SCADA system, right? Nowadays,
Start.
you see that all these metros, they are running driverless. They are automation. They are not taking decisions.
Right.
If they see the red light, they will stop. If they see the green light, they will run. But let us take a situation, certain challenging situations where they have to take their own decision. What to do? For example, let us say some obstruction is on the track. There is a water onto the track. What to do now with
Hmm.
that one? So in that case, there would be a neural network which will come into picture. So had there been a driver, he would automatically stop. But if it is a machine, it will not stop because it is instructed to proceed further, then it will proceed further, irrespective of the bottleneck, whatever is there on the way. Is that clear?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, can we relook into the last part again? Ethical and responsible AI
Hmm.
with with the points we discussed over the last few minutes,
Yes.
artificial intelligence is making some decision based on either historical data or real-time data, and then it is performing some tasks,
Hmm.
right? So why it can't be ethical?
Why it can't be ethical?
Hmm. It has to
Because
be ethical. That's what I'm saying. So
it has
that's
to be ethical, no
Hmm.
doubt
It is
about
supposed to be ethical.
Yes,
it. It is supposed to be.
correct.
But the
Yeah.
challenge is, what is there inside that algorithm you as a user don't know?
Can I add something, Sanjeev, very quickly here?
Yes, Mr. Amit.
So the idea is very simple that, for example, if I go to ChatGPT and I ask the, ChatGPT on how to make a bomb using a household things, ChatGPT should refuse it because ethically it will not be correct. But if I ask ChatGPT on how to, create exercise for my kid, ChatGPT should do it. So there's a difference, on ethics or what kind of ethics any AI system can follow. End of the day. So that's the idea basically with ethical and non-ethical.
If I can add to it, let's look at a very simple example. Probably a financial institution in US, which was into lending. Now I have historical data. Historically, imagine Mexicans and people who are Hispanic, they were bad in repayments. But that was historical data, and today situations have changed. Okay, but that is only probably over the past decade they have been good in loan repayments. But for 30, 40 years, they were illegal immigrants. So Hispanics were very, very bad in their loan payments. So now you have a data set where 30 years is bad in repayment, about 10 years is good. Now, when a machine tries to take a decision and it tries to look at the pattern, it goes towards where more data is available. So now, if I build an automated AI system to give a loan, 2-minute loan, you apply, I will take a decision. What would the AI system do? AI would try to go towards that bias that is already built in, which is not true.
Correct.
Or so these are all ethical concerns. Why? Because how the AI decision is taking the decision, it's a black box. They don't go into the neural networks. So it's a
Okay.
black box of how the AI is taking a decision. So that is where ethics comes in, responsible AI comes in. On what training data have you trained the AI on? Do you need to remove those biases? So AI by default need not be ethical and responsible because it all depends on the training data set and historical circumstances.
Got it.
Okay. Adding to one more point, that is a AI ethical, and there are people who are also developing the AI solution, right? Let's say that you want to favor one company in India by tweaking your algorithm.
So yes, that's also when
Yeah.
ChatGPT and most of the Gen AI solutions came in. People used to say it had a more leftist viewpoint, a liberal viewpoint. Why? People who trained or in OpenAI, etc., who built these solutions, they had that orientation.
And they are changing the entire political ecosystem also, Jeopardy.
Exactly. So the people involved also matter here.
Yeah. So if you ask ChatGPT which political party is good in India, by default they will take out some opinion from somewhere and they will tell that this party is good, even if that party is not good. So this standard is basically saying that key ethical and responsible AI, not only that one, in previous training exercises, we took one example of radiological services. Right? Can you imagine that you know that a lot of hospitals uh, their image is very wrong, that they diagnose for the money. They diagnose certain problem for the money. Imagine a AI solution. It can be tailored to make you worry. Usually people get admitted based on their solutions. You don't know what is there into their algorithm, right? So as a auditor, as a implementer, we have to make sure that organization is ethical, right? So these are the points which I have added over and above what Mr. Jayapradeep mentioned short while ago. I hope this point is clear now.
Yeah.
There should be transparency. Now there are certain challenges of transparency. Do you think anyone would like to share their algorithm to the general public? Because if they share their algorithm, their neural networks, so anyone else can develop the same AI solution, right?
Yeah.
So would they share? Usually not. Should they share? If you ask me as a user, I will say yes. Because I should know how that machine is taking the decision based on. So you as a lead auditor or lead implementer will have to factor in those points that whether the solution is transparent. If they can't make it transparent to the rest of the public, okay. But they have certain control associated that it is transparent enough. There are certain other practices also. Okay. Like, there is certain political party, let's say that they are paying huge amount to ChatGPT. And they are saying that if someone is asking, provide output in my favor.
Hmm.
So ChatGPT algorithm can be tweaked, right?
Yeah.
Let us take an example, Congress government, right? And it had happened also. Or left parties, or any particular party, political party. In United States, they have succeeded to altering the opinion. And Twitter is one of the classical example of that. The current administration is fighting with that. Earlier, I mean now, after Trump takeover, I am not saying that one, but before the Trump, before the Elon Musk took over the Twitter. That time there were opinion that they were changing and altering opinion by fake creation of accounts. They were changing the larger opinions, masses opinions. So these AI solutions have a very, very high level of potential. That's the reason there are certain countries who have blocked it. In China, it is not allowed. ChatGPT. They have their own
DeepSeek.
DeepSeek, right? In Italy, it is highly regulated, and you can say it is stopped. A lot of school, colleges, and other things, they have already stopped the ChatGPT. These are the major challenges from ethical, fairness, transparency, and privacy also. There is another challenge related to privacy. Because whatever you are putting in your Facebook post or your Google post, that the same data is being analyzed by their AI system to change the masses opinion, larger opinion. There is a very high potential, like the example which was taken to make a bomb. Let us say ChatGPT can provide that input, how to make a bomb, right? Because somewhere it is available in World Wide Web, that how to make a bomb. People have found some easier way, like by using the nitrites, which is easily available into the market. Or even some people, they are using the normal what we do use in our day-to-day puja, like kapoor or sulfur.
Hmm.
So there are multiple challenges associated with these things. That's the reason governments are struggling. They are struggling how to regulate it, because they don't know what new one will come with the idea and try to do something. Like let us say that nowadays you can replace doctor also. You provide your symptom and the AI, a lot of AI solution which has been developed, they will provide you medicine. Do you think it is ethical solution? There are certain parameters they have fed. They are saying, okay, so show me, tell me your temperature, tell me your symptoms, tell me this diet and all those things, and it automatically recommends that these are the medicine which you should take. Do you think government should allow those kind of AI solution? We will talk about that, all these points in subsequent controls, because this is what the 42,001 is all about, that they are asking for certain controls associated with these parameters. Any question from anyone or any difference of opinion still?
No.
No, sir.
Okay. This slide we talked about what is AI ISO 42001. Artificial intelligence is becoming increasingly prevalent in all the areas that use information technology and is predicted to be a major economic driver over a period of time. But what I see, there are certain expectations. They are creating a very huge environment that AI is going to do this, AI is going to do that. But I see that there are certain limitations. We will see that one in our subsequent, not today, maybe on third day, that it is not that much. It is a hype like all, I don't know how many of you have seen that there was a dot-com bubble around around 23 years before in 2000.
2000.
Yeah, in 2000. Just similar way, there was a Y2K issue that had happened. Well, can it replace? That is a big question. And even all the AI people, they have started coming up saying that it will take 100 years before we are able to replace adequately. The only thing we have to wait for challenges to come. Even I have started seeing that a receptionist was replaced by some AI solutions. Okay. And now there are certain circumstances and situations which are being faced by the organization that they are unable to cope up. They are going back to the receptionist again. Because whatever data has been fed, it is a limited aspect. It is not able to replace any human intelligence to the extent it is required. Right? Because in reception there was one case, I am saying it. They wanted everything to be automated. There was one person who came inside and he fainted just at the reception where this system was. This was not automated. The situation was not automated. What to do? Do you think that situation can be handled by the AI? It was up to receptionist, because receptionist, she used to take care of everything right at the front. So you can automate certain things, but not the all task associated. That's what my view. But I won't go with my view. Rather, I would go with what general masses opinion is as far as this training is concerned. Okay. So this is what they are saying. Artificial intelligence is becoming increasingly prevalent in all areas that use information technology and is predicted to be a major economic driver. As a result of this development, certain applications may pose future societal difficulties. You can imagine that all the kids who are studying in class 9, 10th, 11th, and 12th, they are solving all their exam questions, their homework using the ChatGPT. What would they learn after 10 years down the line? I hope you can imagine that. What would be their skill level? What would be their competence? That is on 11th, 12th. But there are people, there are kids who are now in class 3rd and 4th. They have also started using the ChatGPT for all their homeworks, for everything. So they are playing whole day and then getting their assignments solved using ChatGPT. What would be the society which we would be producing 20 years down the line? Anyone can suggest?
Maybe less creative children.
Not creative, they won't have knowledge at all. When I was doing my engineering, that time calculator was given to me when I entered into engineering. Before that, it was stopped, right?
Yeah.
You all probably would have. I did my BTech from NIT Allahabad, and in NIT Allahabad, I was allowed in second semester first time using the calculator. Not even second semester, I would say the third semester. Nowadays, all the people they are solving, they won't have knowledge. They will be highly dependent upon ChatGPT. Even into their work, if they join some company, they would be dependent upon ChatGPT. And imagine a situation where ChatGPT algorithm is not correct. So they will go by saying that what ChatGPT is saying, that is the guru. That is always correct. Whatever ChatGPT is saying is always correct because they don't have their own knowledge. They have been dependent only upon to the ChatGPT. This is what they are saying. It is going to be creating may pose future societal difficulties.
It will be more like this AI learns from historical data, and if the data has bias, then AI will repeat and amplify it. So
Yes,
people won't understand what exactly between wrong and right.
right. Not only bias, the biasness is one aspect. The data itself can be wrong. As I took a example, can you use the data from 1950 to 2000 for predicting between 2000 and 2050?
Not at all.
Not at all. So it is not wrong. It is not biased data, but it is incorrect data.
Yeah.
Incorrect correlations, incorrect regression. You can't because that is called the segmentation of the data. You have to segment according to the situation which is in today.
Yeah.
So if ChatGPT is providing today, let us say that how to sum, there was an assignment given to a kid that sum 40 plus 30 plus 20 plus 30. It asked ChatGPT and it provided input as 160 and it provided that as a 160. This is fine. But let us say how to read, how to write, how to write an essay, write essay on health and safety. So those are the things, if they ask, their own mental set will not evolve the way it is. That is the reason a lot of government, they are trying to regulate it. And in some country, they have stopped it also. Because say it is going to be a challenge onto the future generation. That is a societal difficulty. Not only that one, even doctors are using nowadays. They are also not applying their mind. They are just simply entering the symptoms of the patient and seeing in background what is the medicine which is being suggested and they are simply prescribing it. Radiologist, what they are doing? They are doing the radiology of fetus and then they are coming up with a certain scenario and circumstances. Their AI solution is saying that, you know, kids' heads had not been developed. And can you understand the consequences on the family or family of that scenario? So it is going to be creating a lot of future societal difficulty, and that's the reason it is required to be governed. But till the time there is no law, there is no governance structure, there is nothing. This 42,001 is specifically talking about that these are the things which any AI solution must have, and the organization which is developing the AI solution must control it. Like future societal difficulty. So this standard, you will see that they are forcing you to do the impact assessment on society, individual, or group of people. You have to you have to do the impact assessment and produce it to auditor that these are the societal impact which I expect using my AI solution on society at large. We will see those controls like impact assessment, risk assessment, other things. Next point is ISO 42001 is to assist organization is responsibly performing. This is a very important word. Responsibly performing their roles in relation to AI system. So there has to be adequate governance related to their own responsibility. There is ethical responsibility, there is a social responsibility, there is a multiple other legal responsibility. So this standard is forcing them to think in those directions. AI may raise specific considerations such as the use of AI for automatic decision making, which can sometimes be opaque and inexplicable, may necessitate additional management beyond that required for traditional IT system. So those governance structure will have to be demonstrated, will have to be established for their AI management system. The use of data analysis, insights. Now, whether data is of right period, data itself is correct, data is biased, data is not usable. Let's say that you are using the data of South Africa for some AI solution in India. That doesn't make any sense. It has to be correlated, but who knows that which data you are using? Do we know that which data ChatGPT is using? No, we don't know. Yeah, for certain privacy consideration, they are providing the source sometime, but not all the cases, not all the scenarios. So this 42001 is basically governing that infrastructure, that ecosystem, and those points. The last one is AI system that use continuous learning change their behavior while in use. So that is also a point that they are changing their behavior. On ChatGPT, there is hundreds of thousands of data set which is created every minute on World Wide Web that is being fed to ChatGPT for correcting them. So if you ask right now, maybe they will provide you the data as of like few minutes before. They are analyzing all those things. So they are changing their behavior. The question may be different. All of a sudden, there are thousands of people, they have searched something, so AI output may be different depending upon the algorithm and logic or neural network, whatever they have selected for. So when we talk about this ISO 42001, it talks about all those aspects associated and expect organization to put control here. Any question from anyone about 42001? That is the standard which was brought in 2023 by ISO. This is the first standard of this series 42001. There is no other standard as far as AI is concerned. This is the first time when it was introduced, and even the witnessing body, the accreditation body, and ourselves are also not 100% sure at this point of time, because how AI is going to be evolving. Every day we are coming up. Like yesterday, day before yesterday, I came a situation about the auditing a company. They are coming up with the AI solution, but there is no customer, and they are looking for 42001 certification. They are into.
Has company started certifying on ISO 42000?
Sorry.
Are companies started certifying themselves on the standard?
Yes, yes. I myself have done around 17 or 18.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And they are more.
Just to kind of not boasting here, Cognizant is the first company for ISO 42001.
Yes.
Okay.
Which company you said?
Cognizant.
Cognizant
Cognizant,
Technology
right,
Solutions.
right.
Yeah.
And not only in India, we have certified as a part of InterCert. I was audited for that. In Kuwait, in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in United States, in India. There are multiple. Yes, of course, Cognizant was the first company here. Okay. I hope it is answering your question.
Yeah.
Fine. So now we will start with chapter 3, that is the terms and definition part. So it's exactly 1.5 hours now. So should we take 10 minutes break?
Yeah.
Or we should continue?
No, we can take a break for
Break.
10 minutes and then we can start.
Yes. So 10 minutes break and then we will start.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now
Thank
we
you.
will, our speed will be slightly more. It will gradually increase over a period of time.
Sure, Sanjay.
Okay. So 10 minutes from now.
Okay.
ఇటుక మీద ఇటుకేస్తే ఇల్లు అవుతుంది వాణినేమో చేస్తే ఇల్లు అవుతుంది ఇటుక మీద ఇటుకేస్తే ఇల్లు అవుతుంది మా వాణి మొహం చూస్తే నెత్తిల్లు అవుతుంది
Oh, almost there.
Is everyone back?
I'm back.
I'm back.
I'm also fine.
Okay, great.
Yeah, me too.
Fine. Thank you. So let us start with terms and definitions.
Yes, sir. Sure.
There are these terms: AI agent, automated entity that senses and responds to its environment and takes action to achieve its goal. It is quite clear. Like if you are automating your front desk, or you are coming up with some kind of a chatbot solution. Nowadays, you can see the insurance company, they are providing, instead of some agent, all the activities that is being done by the chatbot. So that is called the automated entity that senses and responds to its environment and take actions to achieve its goal. This is the highly focused area nowadays, the agentic AI. The next one is the AI component, that functional element, whether it is a data element or it is an application element. There are certain APIs associated, so they are also there. Then hardware platform where they would be deployed, they would be hosted, all those parameters, they are AI component. Artificial intelligence, we have talked about. Artificial intelligence system also, we have talked about. AI system, that is the engineered system that generates outputs such as content, forecast, recommendations, or decisions for a given set of human-defined objectives. Engineered system that generates output. It depends upon various contexts and scenarios. The next one, there is slight error, so please correct it. Autonomy oblique autonomous, that is a characteristic of a system that is capable of modifying its intended domain of use or goal without external intervention, control of oversight. Let us say that you are asking ChatGPT, so it is changing its domain. If you are asking medicine related, it is medicine. If you are asking aviation related, it is going to the aviation data. This is how they are. So it is automatically autonomous behavior. Application specific integrated circuit. So there are multiple integrated circuit, especially the IoT devices. Whenever you are using some IoT devices to get some input, for example, these McDonald's and other agencies, or the SCADA system. Anyone who is aware of the SCADA systems?
Yeah.
No. SCADA systems, like probably you know that railways, let's take an example, or hydropower generation. So they have some automated system which takes Like the train, the moment it is passes through certain scenario, if they see that within 10 kilometers there is no other train, so this is a green signal. If there is a within 5 kilometers, there are another train which is going in same direction. So they will make it yellow so that drivers can go slow and other aspects associated with that. That is completely controlled, automatically controlled, right? So that they uses IoT devices. There are certain devices which provide some sensors, and based on that they are taking decision what to do and what not to do as based on the engineered system whatever they have. So that is the application specific integrated circuit that is used. Automatic oblique automation oblique automated, that is pertaining to a process or system that under specific conditions functions without human interventions. Without human intervention, automatically it takes, there is no person involved, there is no person associated with that one. So any question from anyone?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, we have been having an IVRS system in railways.
Sorry,
So which
it could be little, it was.
I'm asking that we have seen the use of IVRS system for railway inquiries. So
Yes.
which category does that fall in?
IVRS of Indian Railways.
Yes.
Now let us think of about the IVRS. What would be your opinion? Because there is no circuit, so application is it is not an integrated circuit, right?
Right.
It is completely program based. If this is the
Yes.
case, then this should be the response.
Yes.
They are taking out certain data. Let us say that IVRS of Indian Railways. So they are asking for your PNR number. They are automatically taking. They are automatically taking your name, your age, and your address and other detail from the system itself.
Right.
Right. So that
So
means
what,
it would be engineered system that generates output.
so my question was, what category is it then? Do we call it automation? Do we call it part of kind of machine learning? Or is it a pre-programmed setup? Or does it have some component of AI?
No, it has a component of AI because it is replacing one person who is the caller, right? Telecaller. You are
Right.
asking them. So it is replacing that role. It is providing the automated input to you, right? There are certain data associated with that one. Like there is a live data which are going on. They are providing certain input to you. So it
Can
is
we
artificial
this as an
intelligence.
AI agent?
Hmm?
Can we say this is an AI agent?
I doubt if we can call them AI agent. You can say that this entire system of IVRS is AI agent.
Yeah.
That is AI agent, but there are certain aspects associated with that one. For example, there are multiple purposes of IVRS. Okay. Let's say that there is a telecaller. We are calling Indian Railways on this number 139, right? Now, there are two aspects associated. The moment we call 139, the first question it asks, do you want to, which language you want to talk to, right?
Yeah.
That is the first question. Then automatically it is transferring to the person, to the telecaller who is familiar with that language, right? Otherwise, it could have been done by a person who is sitting over there. He would have asked, he or she should have an expert in all the languages. So if I ask, let's say that I am going to be speaking in Telugu or Tamil, so in that case, that person will direct us to the right person for that. So it is automatically transferring that one. Like number one, number two, number three, if you want to speak in this language, then dial number one, otherwise number two. So it can be considered as a AI agent. Okay. Hmm.
Because it has automated interaction. You can have a menu-based navigation also.
Yeah, but definitely it is not a generative AI because it is not generating certain things, right?
Yeah.
I have a slight point here.
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
an IVRS system is an automated system. I would not call it an AI system, at least the older IVRSs that we have seen, because it has very predefined steps, very predefined responses.
I completely agree. Older IVRS.
Yes.
But nowadays,
So
they are
yeah, I
taking it
understand.
more.
I understand the I don't know if Indian Railways is implemented. I'm not sure about it, so I'll not get into it. But what I have seen in terms of IVRSs, they are very, very predefined. They are a software system, they are a automated system. There is no intelligence in that system, because if you
No,
deviate slightly from, slight input changes, it cannot handle it. It's very, very predefined.
no, nowadays you see, if you are traveling in train and you have certain complaint, let's see of the bed sheet, okay, or the food quality, they are taking automatic decision of the escalation also.
Yeah, probably I'm not aware of it.
Yes, they are doing that one. Even if you want, you can cancel your ticket also, and they are initiating the refund as well. If the train is late, let us say for more than 3 hours, you are canceling your ticket. So they are fully refunding it. They are taking a decision based on the policies of the Indian Railways that should be fully refund or should be partially refund.
Sure, sure. Probably I'm not aware. Thank you.
Right. So there are a lot of decisions which they are taking on based on that. In fact, I was traveling to Ahmedabad with Rajdhani around 2 weeks before, and there was a fight between two people. Okay, not two people. It is a pantry and one passenger. There was a conflict. He didn't provide something. So that person called 139 and they automatically informed to the police also. And all of a sudden, these police people, they reached onto the spot. That there is some argument which have been going on between these two people. There are also like female passengers, right? They are automatically instructing these RPF, Railway Police Force, to focus more into certain area where there is a single ladies passengers who are traveling. They are coming nowadays. They are bringing it into those, but I do agree that you can call it automation also. They are also taking your previous history also. Like there are certain passengers who are regular into complaint mode. Every time they travel, they raise the complaint. So they are also taking decision based on that. What is your historical aspects associated with that one? The moment you call them, they will understand that what is, and not only in there, but even in other area, in Swiggy also. Okay. In all your car booking apps also, they are bringing it gradually. But older system, they were pure automation. I completely agree on to that aspect. Is that right? Hmm.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, understood. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So we can move on. There are certain cognitive computing, like category of AI system that enables people and machines to interact more naturally. Nowadays, you can see that language, um, every leader are speaking in their own language. Like Prime Minister of India, they are speaking in certain language and it is automatically translating. Even in Parliament, you would have seen there is certain applications. That is the cognitive computing which they are not, you can call it automation also, but do remember our definition remains same, that it is able to replace human being or human, it is able to simulate the human intelligence. So like earlier it used to be that someone was sitting with the in parliament translating that into various other languages. So all the leaders and all the people, they were speaking slowly so that translator can translate it. Now all those things is being done by the AI solutions. There is a continuous learning, continual learning and lifelong learning. There are certain associated, that is a learning aspect. Connectionism, connectionistics paradigm, connectionistics model. I don't know why they have put it in this slide, but it is a form of cognitive modeling that uses a network or interconnected units that generally are simple computational units. Connectionism means I really don't know what they were referring to when they have added it. Let's move on to the next point, that is the data mining. Anyone who would like to comment on what is the data mining? It is like coal mining. It is like gold mining. It is like oil mining. What is the data mining?
It's like identifying the relationships within the data, hierarchical, and kind of the relation between two or three multiple databases, tables, and other things. Kind of.
Yeah, so that is basically machine learning or algorithmic component. Data mining, where we are trying to dig and capturing certain relevant and logical data for our AI solution to generate certain output.
It's like useful patterns or
Useful
traits.
patterns, right? Useful patterns. And this useful pattern is changing very dramatically over a period of time. Okay, different generation. For example, the pattern was that in 1950s, the older generation, they are not very much familiar with the mobile and computers. But the recent generations, those who are in uh, teens or in early 20s, probably they are using for everything. So is there any pattern? Someone can say yes, there is a pattern. Someone can say there is no pattern, because it is just the way the technology is adopting, evolving. So they are using that kind of a scenario. So basically, the data mining is like similar with the coal mining. You have a large pool of data available worldwide, but you are trying to get and extract it whatever is relevant to you. Probably you can see that Ministry of Statistics, Government of India, they are collecting data related to food consumptions, related to poverty, related to demography, related to religion, related to interest, related to earning potential. There are multiple data. So there is a huge sort of data, but whatever AI solution you are developing, not all this data is going to be relevant. So you have to mine it. You have to select certain set of data which is going to be more logical and useful for you from given set of population of the data which is available across. That is what is called the data mining, and it is very, very important step in artificial intelligence. There are certain declarative knowledge, that knowledge represented by facts, rules, and theorems. It is not based on the assumptions or certain opinions. So we usually refrain from any of our opinion when it is coming to any AI solutions. There is a possibility that there would be certain opinion that what should I do? Like nowadays, like you are asking, I am feeling low. What should I do now? I am feeling depressed. People are asking this from ChatGPT also. I am feeling depressed. What should I do now? So it should be rather fact-based rather than the opinion of the ChatGPT or opinion of the someone. Now the data which they are collecting it, that sometimes can be opinion also. A lot of people, they are providing their input on, like I am feeling low, I am feeling depressed. So there are like Quora forum, QUORA, Quora forum. They are providing what I am doing. Someone is saying what I am doing. So they will have to mention it like that, that these are the general opinion. It is not something which is a statistically or it is not a declarative knowledge, but it is just an opinion of the people. Then expert system, AI system that accumulates, combines, and encapsulates knowledge provided by human expert. General AI, AGI, artificial general intelligence type of AI system that addresses a broad range of tasks with satisfactory level of performance. When it is saying the satisfactory level of performance means that it has certain, it cannot be 100% accurate. You can say 80% accurate, 90% accurate, 70% accurate, whatever. But there are certain health and safety related aspects which do come into play to an important role. If there are, in that case, there has to be adequate caution which must be taken, which must be established by the organization. Genetic algorithm which simulates natural selection by creating and evolving a population of individual solutions for optimization problems. So you can say that for a simpler term, this is a very complex definition. Simpler terms, there is an algorithm. There are correlation between predictor and response. What are predictor? Like let us say that GDP, government investment, they are predictor. Government investment are predictor for overall GDP growth of the country. From where they are investing, that is a separate matter altogether. The inflation, they are going to be a predictor and response would be the GDP growth of the company. Yesterday you saw that nominal GDP and other GDP. So that is something which they say that some places it is by removing the inflation, some places by not removing the inflation. So this is what the correlation which you are trying to establish, that is called the algorithm. And this algorithm there can be one response with hundreds of predictors, hundreds of parameters. That is called the algorithm. And heteronomy or heteronomous, that is a characteristic of a system operating under the constraint of external intervention, control or oversight. Like if you are coming up with the AI solution, which is related to health, safety, or maybe in autopilot mode. So someone is oversight, someone is keeping the oversight. Especially it is more applicable for health, safety, wherever the health and safety of the individuals are going to be more impacted. In that case, you will have to adopt this heteronomy or the heteronomous AI solution where there is a oversight associated. That's what is required. So any question from anyone in this?
No, sir.
No question?
No.
Inference. So we call it inference. That means from a given set of situations, you are inferring something. So it is more of a data driven. You are trying to infer what happens. Like there is situations which are going on into the market. So what you are trying to infer? There is a static, for example, purposes, not from an AI relation perspective, like Trump has imposed 50% of taxes on India. So what you are inferring it? Will it going to be impact Indian economy? So it is not exactly the same, but you are trying to infer from a given situation that what can be. That is the inference. That is the reasoning by which conclusions are derived from known premises. Internet of Things we discussed about, like IoT devices, like in a SCADA system. IoT devices also, you know that IoT system, knowledge, we all know, life cycle. Yes. Evolution of a system, product, service, project, or other human-made entity from conception through retirement. That is a life cycle. In this standard, there is a focus on whether it is a UI, UX, or front end or application life cycle. There is a data life cycle. There is an algorithm life cycle. There is a life cycle of your neural network also, which keeps on evolving. So there are multiple aspects. Development life cycle, there is a test life cycle, all those points, that is something which we always refer to. Model, physical, mathematical, or otherwise logical representation of a system entity, phenomena, process, or data. So let's say that there is a response and there is a predictor. Response is what? Let us say that in a company, let us take an example because most of you are an IT company. What you want to calculate is the schedule variance. What is going to be the probable delay into the project based on the skill deployed, based on the requirement clarity, based on the design accuracy, and based on various quality parameters which organization is setting for that project. That is a CTQ trade-off, cost, time, and quality trade-off. So that is what you are establishing a correlation between these parameter and output is what? That means the response is what? Response is schedule variance or effort variance. So in that case, that would be a kind of a model. Y is equal to mx square plus bx plus c, those kind of a equation. That is something which you can evolve. That can be a mathematical model. Similarly, there can be physical model or otherwise logical representation of system. Narrow AI, that is type of AI system that is focused on defined task to address a specific problem. That is a narrow AI. Performance, that is a measurable result. Planning, we all know. Computational process that compose a workflow out of a set of actions aiming at reaching a specified goals. So these are some definitions related to these parameters. Not all these definitions we would be referring to in this standard, but since it has been mentioned, so we are going through in that detail. Any question from anyone?
Just one question, sir. Having a knowledge of narrow AI against, AGI or ASI or any other such things. For example, right now everything is narrow AI. Does it has any impact on the 42001 as, if I'm auditing a system, does it has an impact on that audit?
No. The only impact would be it's based on its criticality.
Okay.
Like let us say it is going to affect health and safety, but narrow AI, you can say this IVRS system, right?
Mhm.
You can consider that narrow AI, but I don't agree with your opinion that everything, whatever is AI today is a narrow AI.
Even ChatGPT is narrow AI for that matter.
Yes, it can be, but it is also generating certain output.
That's okay, but everything, if we go into the basics of AI, right now ChatGPT is narrow AI because the next part will be artificial general intelligence and then artificial super intelligence, which is still not existing, given that,
Yeah, but artificial general intelligence have now started coming. We will talk about that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, super intelligence, that is something which will take, I think, another 40, 50 years. It's not that easy. And these Microsoft, they have also communicated onto that formally that it will take time. Is that clear now? Narrow AI?
Yes,
Any other
yes, sir.
any other question? No question? So all these terms like prediction we talked about, procedural knowledge we know, robotics, semantic computing, right? Field of computing that aims to identify the meaning of computational content and user intentions and to express them in a machine processable form. Meaning of computational content, as I mentioned about schedule variance and the response factor, that is a response, and predictors are what? That is the skill deployed onto the project, the skill level of the team who is working onto that one, clarity of requirement, clarity of design, focus onto the quality parameters like defect, zero defect, or some defect. So that is, you can say it is example. I'm just taking that as an example. It is very simple one, but there are much more complex computing system nowadays which are there into various system like autopilot mode. Right? Now, at what height you are cruising? Let us say you are cruising at 10 kilometers above the sea level. You have come down to 500 meter. What would be the scenario and sequence? How to land or how to take off? How long the runway is? So there are multiple parameters which are fed depending upon the location where they are, and then it is computing its way of functioning, and it is changing the parameter whatever it is required to be. Then symbolic AI based on the techniques and models that manipulate symbols and structures according to explicitly defined rules to obtain the inferences. Sub-symbolic AI and task. So any question on this slide from anyone?
No, sir.
No. Okay. So we will be also talking about some specific terms and definition. Let me see if it is there as a part of 42,001. You can see it here. If you want further, you can read this www.iso.org/OBP. They have provided all the details here. You can refer to with respect to other terms and conditions. There are few terms and conditions from this standard perspective, that is a 42,001 perspective. That is the organization. Number one, 3.1 is the organization. So what is your meaning? Those especially who are lead auditor for 27,001 and other standards. What is the meaning of organization? Is, let's say that a Cognizant is certified. Is Cognizant is an organization? Or let us take HCL. Is HCL is an organization as defined by ISO? Anyone can suggest.
So basically, if you look at ISO definitions, it typically talks about, an individual, a sole proprietor can also be an organization or a company or a corporation. So HCL or Cognizant or any other such company can be an organization as per ISO ISO definition.
Yes, but what they are saying it here, the person or group of people that has its own functions with responsibilities, authorities, and relationship to achieve its objective. Let us say the testing function of Cognizant, that itself is considered to as a organization based on this standard requirement. So wherever we talk about the organization, we are not talking about HCL or Cognizant as an organization. We are talking about the organization like development organization, testing organizations, HR organization, customer support
Pro-
organization.
Process-based organizations,
Process, no, Erin,
testing process, HR process.
not process based, where the criteria is established like person or group of people. Like let's take an example of testing functions. So there are people who are working in testing function. So they have their own function like testing function. They have their responsibility of testing with certain KPIs, KRAs associated with them, like defect-free solution. They have certain authority that they can stop the release if there are too many issues. And then there is a relationship between the development function that development will not be able to deploy it without testing functions, without adequate testing carried out by the testing team.
So
So
Sanjeev sir,
then,
is it correct that if we say people plus structure plus responsibility plus goals to achieve a defined objective will become a organization? Is that correct?
yes, if it is for certain group of people,
Yes, of course.
for certain group of people, if all these, what you said, all these attributes are there. So organization doesn't mean that it is a Cognizant or HCL or Wipro or TCS is an organization. No, even the function within that organization, they are will be considered as an organization. So in this standard or any other ISO standard, wherever you refer to, you mention about organization, like organization needs to have its own leadership, its own goal, its own objective, its own KPIs, right? Its own life cycle, other aspects. So wherever in rest of the standard you will see those organization definitions, you will consider them as like testing as an organization, development as an organization, HR as an organization. So wherever in the rest of the standard we will talk about organization. So like testing. Now, risk assessment. So if you do the 27,001 or AIMS risk assessment, testing will have to be doing risk assessment from testing point of view. They will have to do the impact assessment from testing point of view. Similarly for HR, HR will identify risk of AI solution based on the HR perspective. Because they are organization and each organization will have to identify their own risks. Is that clear? Or any doubt or
Yeah.
any difference of opinion from anyone?
So yes, that's correct. It means that the emphasis would be on the context of the activities.
Context of the activity. So if you say that the organization is as a lead auditor, as a lead implementer, that organization had identified 20 risks, but there is no risk associated with testing, no risk associated with HR, no risk associated with customer engagement team or sales team or development team or algorithmic team or machine learning team. So that qualifies that it is not. They are not all the organization have done the risk assessment. Not only for this 42,001, but even for all other standard like 27,001. For service management system, 20,001 people management system. It is a classical example, like let's say the privacy. Now, privacy is not a responsibility of only development team. It is also a responsibility of HR team, procurement team, right? Customer engagement team. So all will have certain risk associated of because they all are keeping certain information associated with them. So the organization definition, wherever in this standard we will talk about, that would be person or group of people that has its own functions with responsibilities, authorities, and relationship to achieve its objective. Note 1 to entry. The concept of organization includes but is not limited to the sole trader, company, corporation, firm, enterprise, authority, partnership, charity, or institution are part or combination thereof, whether incorporated or not public or private. That is the definition of the organization. The organization is part of a larger entity. The term organization refers only to the part of the larger entity that is within the scope of the AI management system. Fine. Any question? Any difference of opinion?
No, sir.
Anyone else? We have to be very clear with respect to the organization definition. Okay, we will be using quite extensively this organization. Interested parties. That is person or organization that can be affected by or perceive itself to be affected by decision or activity. So there are all these standard parties, interested parties like your shareholders, your various organization within the organization, like various team, testing team. There are decisions taken by, let's say, the architect that can affect the testing team. So they are also interested parties. Your users, your consumers, the law enforcement agencies, your finance team, they all are interested parties. The person or organization that can be affected by, or perceive itself to be affected by the decision or activity. That is the definition of the interested parties. An overview of interested parties in AI is provided in ISO IC 22989. We will refer to this standard once we start the risk assessment part. Any questions from anyone on interested parties? We will be using this interested party word quite significantly. So when we are talking about the interested parties, that means organization must know who all are their interested parties. As I mentioned, whether it is a legal, it is a regulatory body, they are also interested parties. Local law enforcement agencies, they are also interested parties. Your department functions, they are also interested parties. Your users, your clients, they are also interested parties. Your shareholders are also interested parties. So everyone who is either they can affect or be affected by or perceive itself to be affected by decision or activity, they all are interested parties. Any question from anyone? Okay. Top management. person or group of people who directs and controls an organization at the highest level, that is considered to be the top management. I hope this is a very clear definitions. Management system, we have talked about set of interrelated or interacting elements of an organization to establish policies and objectives, as well as processes to achieve those objectives. That is a management system. We talked about that in during initial hours about the management system policy. This is important. Intentions and direction of an organization as formally expressed by its top management. Intention and direction of the organization. All these points, whatever we are discussing it over here, they are provided that how it will be done, that is subsequently mentioned into the rest of the standards. So do remember, policy, if it is clear with respect to intention and direction of an organization, then we can say that policy is okay. And for that matter, this policy definitions remain same whether it is a government policy or any other policy of the organization, which is usually mandatory into nature. Okay. Any question from anyone as far as the policy is concerned? No question. So let's move on. The objective part. Objective is what? The result to be achieved. That is the objective. And this objective can be of each function also, like testing function, development function, there will be certain objective. The organization will also have their own objective. So those are the result which is to be achieved. So usually as an auditor or implementer, we see that organization know that what is their objective associated. Next one is risk, that is effect of uncertainty. I would add two more words, effect of uncertainty on objective to be achieved. So whatever objective which you want to achieve, if there are certain uncertainty, so what it can affect, that is called the risk. In this standard, in this document, in rest of the training, we will talk quite extensively this risk factor. So I am asking whether anyone have any different opinion about this risk definition. They think something else is come forward. Anyone who would like to brief what is the risk? I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Participation is slightly low. I hope.
I don't see, I understand that any effect for, which is a deviation from expected negatively is a risk, but how something which is positive can be a risk?
Like, let us take positive risk. There was an event which has happened in Amazon. They were selling the Redmi phones and they said that they would be launching right at 12 midnight. And there were lakhs of people who wanted to buy that phone. So they logged in and Amazon server crashed. Do you remember that event?
Okay.
So
So
that
that
is
is
a
also an
positive
example
risk.
of, that's also an example of a negative risk. They should have, if they would have
Been
done
ready.
performance testing, earlier, they would have, crashing a app is a negative risk. It is not positive.
Crashing an app, but too many buyers. Is any organization which would not like more number of buyers?
Obviously, more number of buyers is okay, but
Is it
any
a negative
organization
risk,
which
more
is
number
trying-
of buyers?
Sanjeev sir, what I'm trying to say is that for any e-commerce website, more number of buyers will be a known risk that, the outcome will be that the application will crash if more number of buyers comes, are more than the capacity of that. So capacity building itself is a negative risk. if the capacity is not built to the party, what is being expected as a party.
Generally, I'm sorry, Kangan.
Yeah,
Generally,
please go ahead.
any deviation which is positive, you call that as an opportunity, and which is negative, you call as a risk. For example, we never go and say, I have a risk of winning this lottery. I have a risk of losing money of not winning the lottery, that's fine. But if I win a lottery, which is a deviation or which is unexpected, I always say that's an opportunity. I have a risk if my share price crashes, I hold a share, I have a risk of losing money, but I will never say I have a risk of making money. I have an opportunity to make money. Generally, that's my understanding.
Yes, you are absolutely right, sir. So that is
So, so
the
if
opportunity we are calling it here as a positive risk.
so if I would like to add on, if we see the note number 1, it's not talking about the risk. It is talking about the effect. The effect is a deviation from the expected. The effect could be either positive or negative.
Yes. And that effect of
So,
uncertainty is being defined as as per standard as a risk. It can be positive or it can be negative.
Like we can take an example recent, like Trump tariff. Now, this could give an opportunity for India to look at other markets, other countries, basically, where we could export our products. So that could be an opportunity.
Yeah, but let us focus on here what standard is referring to, effect of uncertainty. That is, they are calling it risk. Effect of uncertainty is what? Uncertainty is too many buyers. What is the effect? Server may crash. Is that correct?
Positive risk and opportunity probably may be synonyms. Whether we agree to it or not, that's another
Yes.
question.
This is the same. It is synonym.
Okay.
Opportunity and positive risk. But the only thing, opportunity which have probability 100% is not a risk. Opportunity which have some probability less than 100%, less than 1, like 0.9, that would be considered as a risk because it is uncertainty associated. There is a possibility that hundreds of thousands of buyer can log in concurrently onto the server. It will happen, it will not happen, it is not known. There is a possibility that hundreds of thousands of people can log in concurrently, and there is also possibility that not even a single buyer is logged in. Is that agreeable?
yes, risk can represent itself as opportunities or maybe as threats.
Yes, but opportunities, when we say they are more deterministic, for example, their probability is 100%. That's the opportunity. But yes, there are certain scenario when it is not 100%, like what the example was with respect to lottery. So there is an opportunity, there is a positivity, there is a positive effect of uncertainty that one can win the lottery and be millionaire overnight. So this standard is referring to this definition of risk, like effect of uncertainty. It can be positive or it can be negative. So in a way, you can call it positive risk. In a way, you can call it negative risk also. If you don't want to call it, that is also fine. Not necessary to call it positive risk or negative risk. But important point is that effect of uncertainty, we have to capture whether it is positive or negative. Is that understood or any difference of opinion?
I think we can agree to make use of this definition
Yes, that is
pertaining
the
to
effect of.
this standard. Pertaining to this standard.
Yeah, but even in other standard also, the definition of risk remains same in all the ISO standard.
Yes.
And the common conception, not only in standard, but even in other training session like ISACA. Okay. Or for that matter, the NIST risk management framework. Everyone is going with this definition only. Yes, we as a human being or normally we see that risk is always negative. That is our perception. It is a risky aspect because of certain definition which has been in Oxford Dictionary. But industry doesn't go by that one. We have to think of both positive as well as the negative. Some people may call it opportunity, some people may not call it as opportunity, they call it as a risk of losing the business by having more opportunity. That would be categorized as a risk. And it is being categorized also as a risk by a lot of organizations.
So the difference of opinion crept in because we deal mostly in medical devices, and the medical device risk is done by ISO 14971. So the definition there of risk is the combination of the probability of occurrence of harm and the severity of that harm. So that is why the positive aspect of effect of uncertainty could not match with.
Do you have that standard open?
Yes, sir.
Could you please share?
Just give me a minute. Let me find that where the system.
So while Rajesh opens the standard,
Yeah.
I am a trainer for ISTQB and PMP. We have a very clear definitions there for risk, positive risk as anything which is an opportunity. So if you are losing the business, for example, that will always be negative, and positive will always be about the opportunities that is making. For example, taking the example of that there are tariffs imposed by US now. Losing US business will be a negative risk, but new businesses coming from other countries or other, Africa or Australia or New Zealand or anything, that will be positive risk. That will be basically opportunity.
Yes, absolutely right.
Yeah. So that, makes it very simple then to,
Make it,
differentiate between positive and negative. Otherwise, we'll
yes.
keep
No,
continuing.
but there are, I completely agree, but there are certain objections or difference of opinion by calling it risk. As long as you are calling it opportunity, that everyone is fine with that one.
Yeah. So to make it more simple, it becomes, that they are synonyms. So
They are
it
synonyms.
that it
Yes.
finishes the discussion very easily. Yeah, I think the screen is open now.
Yes.
Just a minute.
But you are opening this document of 2000, right?
2000.
This version is of 2000.
Release of 2000.
Just
And this risk-based concept ISO brought in around 2015 onwards.
Yeah.
just a minute.
Rajesh sir, I think we can move on without going.
Yes.
Otherwise, we will keep arguing on this. There is no point. I think we all
No,
have
no. I
agreed-
mean,
we all
there
have
is- there
agreed
is
to
no- yes.
So this concept of the risk-based auditing, risk-based management, they came in around 2015 onwards. In fact, I would say around 2018 onwards. Right. And that time they started focusing onto the risk-based activity. And this is what they mentioned as defined into the standard, that risk is definition now is effect of uncertainty. This is the standard which is open in front of you.
Right.
Because it is a standard, so we have to go by what it is saying right now.
Absolutely.
Right. And we definitely agree that there are certain definitions about the risk in NIST also, in PMP also, in Prince2 also, and in ISO 31000, like that is called the enterprise risk management. But mostly ISO, like in even the 31000, they would refer to the risk as a effect of uncertainty. Till this point, there is no dispute, no difference of opinion, effect of uncertainty. Whether it is a positive or it is a negative risk, there are certain debate. So if anyone is not comfortable calling it as a positive risk, so they can call it opportunity also. That is not an issue. But then if there is associated probability and impact, if probability is 100%, so it is no longer a risk, it is no longer an opportunity, it is confirmed opportunity. It can only be categorized if there is some uncertainty associated, some uncertainty involved, as defined by ISO 31000, or for that matter, this standard 42001. And the same definition is in 27001 also, in privacy management system also, in Prince 2 also, and the service management system also. Point number 2, risk is often characterized by reference to potential events as defined in ISO Guide 73 and consequences as defined in ISO Guide 73 or a combination of these. Potential events, as I mentioned, that means probability should not be 100%. If probability is 100%,
It's certain.
it is certain. It is no longer a risk. This is what they have defined it over here. And risk is often expressed in terms of a combination of the consequences of an event, including changes in circumstances and the associated likelihood, as defined in ISO Guide 73 of occurrence. But do remember, this came around 2015 onwards, because ISO was not earlier risk-based framework. It was more of a process-based framework. But now they have changed it. They are aligning almost all the standard based on the risk, whatever organization is expected to face. And they are in a way making organization owner of the risk management. So that's where, if you want further, you can refer to these standards also. ISO Guide 73. There they have defined it very well. So we can move on to the next point. That is the process. We all know that is set of interrelated or interacting activities that uses or transform inputs to deliver a result. In this standard or any other standard of ISO, you will see that process word is used quite significantly. Like shall define a process, should establish a process. So wherever there is a process, that means you will interpret it as a set of interrelated or interacting activities that uses or transform input to deliver a result. I hope all of you would be using this model like ETVX, entry, task, validation, and exit model for your process definitions. What is the entry criteria? What are various tasks that would be performed? What would be the exit criteria and output associated? So those are basically a classical example of the process. So wherever this standard is referring to the process, we will have to establish and evolve the process accordingly. You will find it more relevant in controls, but it is also mentioned in certain clauses also. So we will refer to once we go to that stage. Any question or any difference of opinion in process?
I think it's clear.
No. This is another important point, that is the competence. In standard, we will be referring to competence. Anyone would like to comment on what is the competence? Rajesh ji?
I think somebody else can come in. If nobody is, then I can give my
Okay.
interpretation.
Anyone else? First of all, do we agree what it is written by ISO? That is the ability to apply knowledge and skills to achieve intended results,
Yes.
right? It is not necessary that educational knowledge or professional knowledge or something like that. Some of you may be expert in algorithm or machine learning, but it is not necessary that you can be a good competent person for HR management. Like let us say that if I am a process person or I'm a testing person or a data analytics person, you are asking me to manage physical security, I may not be competent there. So organization will have to demonstrate that they have ability to apply knowledge and skills to achieve the intended results. Means if there is a testing person who is given the responsibility of testing, they should be competent from testing point of view. From physical security, they should be competent from physical security point of view. There is some people who in sales, they should be competent from sales point of view, like communication, interpersonal skills, relationship building, team building, and there are so many other parameters. They need not to be expert of machine learning as far as the sales is concerned. So there should be ability. Their organization will have to implement. In a standard, you will see this multiple places that this competence word is coming. So wherever we go for the audit of any function, any department, organization, we always ask for that is there adequate competency available in order to perform the task which they are performing. There are certain scenarios where the people allocate the responsibilities and authority with adequate competence. So it is going to affect the artificial intelligence management system. There would be compromise on quality, compromise on timeline, compromise on legal compliances, and multiple other aspects associated. Okay. Any question on competence? Because it would be a very vital word in rest of the standards.
Pretty clear.
Clear. Okay. The next point is the documented information. So information required to be controlled and maintained by an organization. Not necessary that this documentation is only for 42,001 perspective. So document required to be controlled and maintained by an organization and the medium on which it is contained. That is called the documented information. So don't say that any organization is making any document just for the sake of 42,001 implementation. No. Or 27,001 implementation or 20,000 implementation. It is not like that. Whatever organization in due course of their business requires those, plus there are certain documentation as recommended by this standard 42,001, all of them together becomes a documented information. This is what they are saying, information required to be controlled and maintained by an organization and the medium on which it is contained. There is a possibility that organization is in artificial intelligence, but that they decide not to go for 42,001 or for that matter 27,001 certification. So in that case, whatever is specific to that one may not be applicable, but still organization requires certain documentation in order to run their business. So that would be called the documented information. Any question from anyone?
No, it's clear.
No question. This point is very important. Information created in order for the organization to operate. That is a documentation in order to organization to operate. Even if it is not required as per 42,001 or 27,001 or 27,701 or 20,001 or for that matter CMI also. So information created in order for the organization to operate, that is also a documented information and that will have to be adequately controlled as recommended by this standard 42,001. That's what the meaning is. Next point is the performance. What is the performance? Anyone who would like to comment on what is the performance?
It's how we are doing against the established objective.
How we are?
How we are doing, or how is our achievement against the established objective.
Yes. Objective, measurable objective, right?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
let's say that we said that we will be delivering our project within 3 months. Okay. So are we able to deliver it within 3 months? That is a measurable result. if let's say that some organization is committing, we will deliver it, but they are not committing any timeline. Do you think that can be considered as a miserable result?
No, that is just an objective.
That is just an objective.
Objective.
Yeah. So that is a miserable result. Performance can relate either to quantitative or qualitative finding also. Performance can relate to managing activities, processes, products, services, another thing. But high level definition, we can go with the miserable result, what you are measuring against certain set of threshold or criteria, whatever you have set. And where do you stand with respect to those parameters? So this performance will also be used for your AI solutions. And this performance of not only AI system, but like performance of your machine learning part, performance of your algorithm, performance of your data, performance of your application, even performance of request and response time or concurrent users. There are all those factors, they are measurable result and which needs to be demonstrated. We will talk about that as we proceed further. Continual improvement. Anyone who would like to comment on the continual? They are not mentioning continuous improvement. They are not mentioning only improvement. They are not saying, they are specifically saying continual improvement. What does it mean? What is the expectation of the definition of standard?
Can we say it's ongoing improvement basically?
Ongoing?
Ongoing improvement, like basically it's more of like a improvement over time.
Yeah, over a period of time, how you are doing, performing.
Yeah, but they are mentioning specifically the continual improvement.
Yeah, because it's a repeated, kind of based on the repeated,
Yes.
the
So
task.
your continual improvement is basically you are first improving, then stabilizing the system. Then again improving, then again stabilizing the system. It is not a continuous improvement like uh, we are climbing or trekking on a hill and continuously we are reaching onto the top. You go 100 meter up, acclimatize, stabilize, and then move further 100 meters. Then again acclimatize, stabilize, and then again move further. So like
It's a
let's say,
step-by-step improvement basically. Step by step that you
yeah, step by step by
maturity.
adequate stabilization. Like let us take an example of code security. You said that key, okay, I am implementing the Sonar Cube. All of you know the Sonar Cube? That is a static code review testing tool,
Yeah.
right? So they are static code review. All of a sudden you say that all millions of line of code they would be testing using Sonar Cube and we will be complying to. There will not be even a single error. No, it may take years to complete that one. All the code related defects. So you are improving and then stabilizing. Another example is like, let us say that your organization capability of schedule variance is 20%. So on an average, you delay your project by 20% time. All of a sudden you are saying that we no, I am reducing it to 0%. It is not possible because organization doesn't have adequate competency. That's the reason there is a 20% delay. So first reduce from 20% to 5%, 15%, then stabilize it for a couple of projects. Then again reduce it from 15% to 10%, then again stabilize it. Then reduce further from 15%, from 10% to 5%, then again stabilize. And then from 5% to 0%, rather than the electricity, reducing it from 20% to 0%. This is what standard is expecting as a part of continual improvement. And this is what they are mentioning, recurring activity to enhance performance. So you are enhancing the performance by some intermediate short-term recurring activities. That would be called as a continual improvement and that requires to be demonstrated.
I have a quick question if I can.
Yes, yes, Mr. Jain.
Yeah, so you said it's different. Continual improvement is different from what we call as continuous improvement.
Yes.
Continuous improvement is something I've seen and heard in standards like CMMI, Kaizen, etc. So how is that different here?
Yeah, like continuous improvement, like you are setting a target, let's say quarterly 20%, quarterly 10% reduction of schedule variance.
Okay.
All right. So that is called the continuous improvement. You are saying that in quarter one, I will reduce it from 20% to 15%, in quarter two, from 15% to 10%, in quarter three, 10% to 5%. And in quarter four, from 5% to 0%, that would be 1 year target, right?
Okay.
Here, standard is slightly different. They are saying that you first, let's say that in quarter one, you will reduce it from 20% to 50%. Then in quarter two, you will stabilize and you will retain your capability for 15%. Not
Oh.
further reduce it,
Okay.
right? So once you stabilize, you see that, yes, I have stabilized it now for another quarter. Then again, you reduce your target.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that is a continual improvement. This is what this is standard. Not only this, but all the ISO standard they are referring about.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Okay. The next one is effectiveness. Anyone would like to comment on what is the effectiveness? No one? So effectiveness is what? Extent to which planned activities are realized and planned results are achieved. So let's say that you have established the project management process. Fine. Is your project management process effective? How would you know that it is effective? If your estimation are...
It is effective.
Yes, Mr. Kiran.
Yeah, like when we achieve the desired goal, then it is effective.
Then it is effective, right? So that is what is called the effectiveness. So your project management process is effective. Let us say that your project management process is well established, but normally your schedule variance and effort variance is more than 40%. Will you say that your project management process is effective? Anyone can suggest that.
Can you please repeat the question?
The question is, Mr. Amit, that let us say that organization have well-established project management process, including the estimation process. But in general, all the projects are 40% delayed in delivery. So will you say that your project management process is effective?
That's a
In
tricky
my
one.
in my view, it will depend upon what are the parameters of evaluation you have set in or kept at the start of the project. So if you are only saying that whether the desired objective is achieved or not, then the project management is effective. But if you have also put an emphasis on various parameters of achievement, like timely delivery or maybe utilization of resources and all that, if those are also part of the evaluation, then the effectiveness of the project management is questionable.
Should that not be part of a process?
Yes, it should be.
So in a way, you are saying that the process was not adequate then?
My first reason was that it will all depend upon what all parameters of evaluation at the beginning of the project you have kept.
Yeah, so you establish the process which says that you consider all those parameters. Who is
Yes,
stopping that?
yes,
So your process
If
should
the,
be accordingly, right?
yeah, if the goal is
yes,
achieve 40% deviation, if the goal is even like you have 40% deviation, then you say that the process is effective. If the goal is said that you achieve with only 10% deviation, then the process is not effective.
Yes. That means the process is not effective. That is what is the effectiveness? That is the process effectiveness. Similar to your application effectiveness. You developed an application. Its purpose was to transfer the fund from one bank to other bank, right? It is transferring from one bank to other bank, but it is not transferring to all bank. Like let's say the cooperative banks, the Grameen banks, to financial institutions. So in that case, your application is not effective enough considering all the parameters. Your process of project management is not effective if your variation is much more than what your goals are. Your testing is not effective if client is raising too many defects. Your HR process of selection and training, motivation and other HR process of selection, training and motivation is not good if your attrition level is too high. So you are not able to select the right person for your organization. Your process of hiring is not okay. That is not effective. This is what they are saying, the extent to which planned activities are realized and planned results are achieved. That is the effectiveness. And rest of the standard, we will talk about this effectiveness a lot of time, a lot of places. Any other question or any other difference of opinion?
no, sir.
Okay. The next point is the requirement. We all know the requirement part. So I'm not going to need or expectation that is stated generally implied or obligatory. In CMI, like requirement development, right? And requirement management. These are the two aspects where you are eliciting. As part of requirement development, you are eliciting. It is not expected that client knows all the technicality, but you as a developer, you as a provider organization, you are technical person. So you have to elicit requirement like performance. It is obviously understood that response time should be less than, let's say, 0.5 millisecond. You can't say that it was not explicitly mentioned by the user, so we have not factored in that while designing the application. It is not a scenario. So needs or expectation that is stated, generally implied or obligatory. All these things stated, generally implied or obligatory. That is a requirement. And do remember, it is not only an application requirement, but it can be the people requirement also. Like while you are evolving HR process, the requirement would be as it is stated, generally implied or obligatory. So when you are developing an HR process as a consultant, as an implementer or as auditor, you are checking whether the process is adequately addressing the stated need, generally implied need, and all the obligatory need. So this requirement would be of application requirement, function requirement. There can be operational level agreement as well. They all are part of this requirement. It can be internal also, it can be external also. There can be requirement of your shareholders, your stakeholders, your suppliers. There are certain requirement of government bodies, the regulatory bodies. All those requirements are requirement. This is what they are mentioning, needs or expectation that is stated, generally implied or obligatory. Any question or difference of opinion from anyone? So here we will be talking about the AI requirement, right? So needs or expectation that is stated, generally implied or obligatory from AI perspective. All those definitions above what we have taken, continual improvement, like continual improvement in AI would be that accuracy, correctness, completeness, they all are improving over a period of time. I was auditing one organization, their accuracy level was 70% and they had declared it. But in next survey, in around 6 months' time, they have demonstrated us from 70%, they have improved the accuracy from 70% to around 84%. So that was fine. That is also a continual improvement. Effectiveness, they saw that effectiveness extend to the planned activities are realized. So planned activity was the accuracy. And to a certain extent, they demonstrated that one as the effectiveness from AI perspective. The next one is the conformity, fulfillment of a requirement. So once we understood the requirement, needs or expectation, whether stated, generally implied or obligatory, you are fulfilling that requirement, then it is called a conformity. If you are not fulfilling that requirement, then it is a non-conformity. As per the standard requirement, that is non-fulfillment of requirement. Any question from anyone?
No.
No question? So the next one is the corrective actions. Actions to eliminate the cause of a non-conformity and to prevent recurrence. So if any non-conformity occurs, let us say that its non-conformity is not only product non-conformity, it can be process non-conformity, it can be commitment, it can be contractual non-conformity, it can be product non-conformity. So any non-conformity. So action to eliminate the causes of a non-conformity. Legal non-compliance is also a non-conformity. Regulatory non-conformance also is non-conformity. So action to eliminate the causes of a non-conformity and to prevent recurrence, that is called the corrective actions. In this standard, we will be talking about the corrective actions in more detail. There is a separate clause associated with the corrective action. So, but do remember, it can be product non-conformity, it can be process non-conformity, it can be legal non-conformity, it can be regulatory non-conformity, right? It can be contractual non-conformity. So there are multiple non-conformity. And that is something which they mentioned that corrective action will have to be adequately demonstrated. Any question from anyone here? No. Audit, we all know, that is a systematic and independent process for obtaining evidence and evaluating it objectively to determine the extent to which the audit criteria are fulfilled. There is a standard requirement of audit. That is means the systematic and independent process. There are certain guidelines, recommendation in 19011. That is ISO 19011. That is the auditing guideline. We will refer to them in more detail, but for now we have to understand it is defined as a systematic and independent process for obtaining evidence and evaluating it objectively to determine the extent to which the audit criteria are fulfilled. Audit criteria is what? Let us say that you are auditing an HR organization. So audit criteria is their hiring, right? Their hiring process, its adequacy, its completeness, its correctness, its improvement. Those are the systematic and independent process for obtaining evidence that they are fulfilling whatever HR is expected to be delivering it using that process, whatever they have. Measurement, we all know. Monitoring, we all know. Determining the status of a system, a process, or an activity. So you are monitoring it, whether it is a monitoring of your AI uses, monitoring of your code quality, monitoring of your correctness, completeness, monitoring of your process compliance, monitoring of your legal compliance, monitoring of regulatory compliance, monitoring of objective fulfillment. They all are monitoring, determining the status of a system, a process, or an activity. Sometimes like firewall also. So you are monitoring the firewall also for access denied, access granted, any unethical use, any unauthorized use. So there are so many that monitoring, logs monitoring also. That requires to be demonstrated. We will see that in more detail subsequently. Control, that is the important one. Control means measure that maintains and or modifies risk. We always say that control is like a speedometer of the car, depending upon where you are driving. Let us say you are driving on expressway. Probably you will be running at a speed of 120 kilometer, 110 kilometer. If you are running too slow, it would be dangerous because the people from behind, they can hit you and you can enter into accident. If you are running too fast, if you are going too fast, more than 140, more than 150, then also you are in a danger zone because that roads are not designed for that one. So you will have to maintain that certain speed and you are controlling it. So similar way like policy, you need to control your code quality, you need to control your risk, you need to control your impacts, you need to control your data life cycle, you need to control data, you need to control. So there, that is called the control. That is measure that maintains and or modifies risk. So risk is what on a highway? Risk is accident, and you are controlling that one. So similar way, there are total 38 control in this one. Like similar way, there are total 93 controls in 27,001. So you can say these are the dashboard, the 38 dashboard for you, and you are monitoring so that your risks are being reduced. But do remember, it is not only limited to 38. If the organization is too critical, they can follow the NIST also. ISO doesn't say that you have to follow exactly what it is mentioned as part of 42,001. You can add also certain controls, and certain control, if you find that it is not applicable, you can remove also. You can make it not applicable as well. Any question in control from anyone?
What are the
I have. Yeah, please go
AI?
ahead.
Yeah. Yes.
What are the various controls in the AI systems?
That we will discuss as a part of Annexure A. You can see it here. Let me go. You have a standard copy?
Yeah, we have.
Right. These are the various controls. You can see. This is called the Annexure A.
Okay. Okay.
It is mentioned. We will refer to them line by line, one by one.
Okay.
Like AI policy. Now, AI policy can be for ethics, for development, for deployment. There will be multiple policies associated. Alignment with other organization policy, review of the AI policy, internal organization like AI roles and responsibility. You have to continuously monitor and control the AI roles and responsibility. Right? There are certain tasks which requires to be allocated to someone else depending upon their capability and competence. So that requires to be controlled. Reporting of concerns, that requires to be controlled. Resource documentation, data resources, tooling resources, human resources, impact, that requires to be controlled. Life cycle, that requires to be controlled. Objective of responsible development AI system. Process for responsible. System requirement, that needs to be controlled. Documentation of AI system design, that needs to be controlled. AI system verification and validation, that is a testing part that needs to be controlled. Deployment needs to be controlled. You can see. System operation and monitoring. Once you have deployed your AI solution, then it requires to be controlled, like users pattern. Technical documentation, that needs to be controlled. Logs, that needs to be controlled. So there are multiple control. We will see them as we progress there.
Okay.
Once we reach to that.
Yeah, Sanjeev, I had a question.
Yeah.
We looked at 27,001 controls also earlier, and so I want to know what is the fundamental difference between the controls, the controls that we have, and the specific AI controls. We'll go into the details in Annexure AI, but do you want to say anything at this stage, which is important, that it is unique to AI controls by
Yes, like
nature or by
like machine learning, algorithmic life cycle. The data in 27,001, these controls are not there.
Mm.
Like data.
No, but by the definition of control itself, because it's an evolving one, right? Setting some controls is probably little premature or preliminary. So that's why I was asking if there is any fundamental way, different way that we have to look at a control for an AI with respect to, let's say, an access management control or a change
Yeah,
management control.
those controls are not here. Access management, you won't find it in AI.
Mm.
Right? No physical control, no people control, no technological control, no organization control. What here we are seeing, because those controls are more related to information security. Here, all the control, these 38 controls are specifically for the AI solution. Like
So-
as I mentioned about data life cycle, right? Now, in 27001, there is nothing like data life cycle or data control. We are only talking about the data security, but here you will have to control the data life cycle, data provenance. Provenance means the source of data. What is the output associated with that one? Like let us say that your ChatGPT is providing you certain output as of today. That is 13:08 p.m. Right? So what was the data which they had provided? Because all these points that needs to be demonstrated in legal courts. It is evolving mechanism. And these are the control which are mentioned as a part of Annexure A.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question, Sanjeev.
Yeah.
All AI systems are part of ISMS, but not the reverse. If that statement is true, is right, then all the ISMS controls should also be applicable for AI systems as well. Is the understanding right? So on top of these 38 controls, because they are information security management systems, that part is included in AI, those controls are also applicable for these systems. Is that the right understanding?
Partially right, partially not right. The reason is if your policy is information security, if your AI policy is that making security, right? Information security, privacy and other aspects, then yes, it is right. So you will have to add these 93 controls aligned with the 27,001. Not only 93, but even you have to add the NIST also. There are approximately 1,180 controls there,
Correct. So,
right?
can you give us an example of an AI system where you don't need to apply ISMS controls at all?
No, that we can't say that. If you ask me, there can be like threat intelligence,
Mm.
right? How would you implement in AI system the threat intelligence part?
How means? Yeah, it will try to
Right.
look at the past threats and then uh, infer a lot of
Yes.
sources and tries to predict the
Hmm.
future threats and then determine the course of action. And that's what I could think of as a
Yes.
major requirement.
Similar way like information security in audit testing. That is the last control in 27,001.
Mhm.
Audit testing. Now, audit testing, information security in audit testing, it is not as such applicable over here. Physical security, you
Mm.
know, physical security, that means this clear desk and clear screen policy, right? It is not 42,001 requirement because everything is there in background. Nothing is there in front. You have no sensitive data on your laptop or desktop. Similar way, the organization's roles and responsibility. Now in 27,001, roles and responsibilities are more aligned with the security requirement. In this control, you will find the roles and responsibility, but only from AI perspective. Both of them are different. Like you will expect the information security from HR manager that they will be making sure that their HRMS applications or portals, right? They are secure enough in HRMS security in 27,001. But here in 42,001, we don't expect that because that is not something which is AI solution. We are least concerned with the HRMS. If they are using Joho, so Joho is secure. It is not requirement of 42,001. But it is requirement of 27,001.
That
Can
I
we say
can
that?
imagine. Yeah. So,
Can
go
we
ahead.
Impact assessment. Impact assessment. We don't do that as a part of 27,001. Yes, we do that 22301. That is a business continuity management system. But that too from an information security point of view. Here you will do the impact assessment from effect on people, group of people, or society at large. There is no correlation between 27,001 and 42,001 in this case. But yes, there are certain controls which are applicable, like project life cycle, security in project management. They are the controls there in 27,001. That can be applicable here also. Is that
Yeah.
answering?
The focus of ISO 27,000 is more on protecting personal data and privacy, right? Whereas
No, making information secure. There you need to understand the definition of the information.
Yeah.
Information, any information is anything. I mean, not only the personal information, even your own intellectual property right is a information.
Yeah.
Others' intellectual property rights is also a information for you. Your own copyright is a information for you. Your people working in your organization, that is also a information for you. Your client details are also information for you. So you have to protect everything, not only the personal data. If your code is lost, if your code is stolen, it is your loss, organization loss. So you have to make sure that the information is secure, whether it is your information or someone else's information. Irrespective of whether it is a privately PII or not a PII, personally identifiable information. So their objective is more from a security point of view, but here in artificial intelligence, our objective is more from governance perspective of the AI solution which you have developed. Yes, privacy is one of the requirement. We will talk about that as a part of Annexure A. We are not at all focusing about the security. We are only focusing about the responsible development of AI solution and responsible use of the AI solution. Our objective is limited to that one. As a part of 42,001, we are least concerned with the security. But yes, as a part of responsible development, if security is one of the responsibility of the organization, yes, some of the aspect will definitely come. Like biasness. Biasness is not something which is 27,001 is talking about. It's not there, biasness. But in for 2001, there is a very huge focus on biasness. Data provenance, the source of data. But 27,001 doesn't talk about that one, but this standard talks about it. Is that answering your point, Mr. Pawan?
Yeah, very much, yeah.
Okay. I think we are delayed by 16 minutes, so I think should we complete it in another 10 minutes or we should break for lunch and we should start after that?
I think we can continue.
Yeah.
We can continue, fine. Okay, so hope it is clear. Those points, the control points.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The next one is a governing body, person or group of people who are accountable for the performance and conformance of the organization. Do you remember accountable? So there would be a set of people. It can be CEO, it can be CTO, whosoever it is. So organization will have to have a governing body who would be taking all the decision with respect to risk, with respect to ethics, with respect to probable impact, with respect to legal and regulatory compliance as per law of land. You can find a lot of legal and regulatory points in United States right now. They have come up with earlier before Trump, Joe Biden had come up with a lot of draft policy. I don't know what is going to be the fate of that one, but they came up with all algorithm, biasness, and multiple other government laws. But I still see that they all are in draft stage. I don't know what is going to be happening. But organization will have to establish a governing body in themselves. It's similar kind of a like SEPG in CMMI, right? In ISO, it's not similar to MR, right? Or CISO, because CISO is a role. Here, expectation is that organization will have to be governing body consisting of all the key stakeholders, and they will be taking decision adequately for all the major parameters. What AI related application is going to be handling it. The next point is the information security, preservation of confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. Right. Preservation of confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. There is one particular control here, which is more relevant to this one, is the data provenance. Provenance means the source of the data. Because whatever output you are going to be providing, that will be based on certain input, certain criterias, whether it is on a neural network or it is a data driven also. Either way. So what is the source? That's something which you will have to keep. And information security, that means the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, all three parameters that will have to be demonstrated accordingly. But do remember, they are referring to as a source. 27,001, 27,000. They have not mentioned 27,001. So that means it is only from a contextual perspective and the understanding perspective. Note 1 to entry, other properties such as authenticity, accountability, non-repudiation. You all know that non-repudiation, again, that is a source of data related to that one. And reliability can also be involved. We will talk about that, these controls, maybe later. Then AI system impact assessment, that is the impact, any AI solution, what you are developing, what organization is developing, what impact it can have on a people, group of people, or society at large. That impact assessment will have to be carried out as per this standard for each of the AI product. So if organization is having 5 or 10 AI products, so for 10 scenario, the impact assessment will have to be carried out by the organization. Very important point, the next one is the data quality. Characteristics of data, that the data meet the organization's data requirement for a specific context. This will have to be adequately controlled. Data quality, there are 4 controls associated with the data quality out of 38. It's a very, very vital and important aspect. So this data quality, we will be talking about that as part of those respective control also. That will have to be demonstrated by the organization or will have to be implemented by the organization for their AI solutions. And the last one is the statement of applicability. The statement of applicability, it's similar like 27,001, that is ISO 27,001, where you say that key, these are my dashboard. I'm again referring to, in 27,001, there are 93 dashboards, 93 control parameters, whether you are monitoring them in what form, that is another aspect. But there are 93 parameters like a speedometer of a car. There are 93 speedometers. And you are controlling them. You are demonstrating that you are controlling. Here there are total 38. So you are making a statement of applicability depending upon the context and the AI solution which you are going to be producing. Right? And those 38 parameters that requires to be controlled and will have to be demonstrated, you will make it applicable, not applicable. If you are saying that any of these controls are not applicable, you will have to provide adequate justification as an implementer. Or as the auditor, you will have to be convinced that the justification provided is good enough to be excluded by them. But do remember, standard doesn't say that these are the limited 38 only. If let's say that there are certain AI solutions which are more critical, which are more life-threatening, which can affect health, safety, and other parameters. So there are much more control which needs to be added. And some input can be taken from NIST as well, NIST 600 also. From AI perspective, we will talk about, we will refer to NIST 600 as well. Not today, but maybe on last day of training or third day of the training. So these are with respect to content. We will be using these terms quite extensively into the rest of the training. That's the reason we have focused it over and above the AI specific terms, what we talked about short while ago. So any question in terms and definitions from anyone?
No.
I think it is clear.
It's clear. Okay. So then we will break for lunch. Maybe 40 minutes would be okay. 45 minutes or 30 minutes. The less it would be, the sooner we will be able to finish it.
Sanjeev sir, just one question.
Yeah.
In ISO exam, do you think these statements or these definitions can also be covered?
Yes, but it is an open book exam.
Okay.
So in open book exam, the only point why it is focused on from that exam perspective also, that you need to know where to search for. It is an open book, so all these things are available in front of you, right?
Okay.
Including the
Yes.
chat GPT is also there. But if prompt is not correct, the
Okay.
question is not correct, answer would always be incorrect.
I know.
Yeah. So that's the reason these terms and definitions are very important to understand the exact prompt to be asked for.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Right.
45 minutes, sir, please, for lunch.
Okay,
40
45
minutes. 45 minutes.
Fine. So 45 minutes means it would be 2:10.
Two.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
14:10.
Okay.
Right. So we will be back exactly at 14:10 and we will continue with now context of the organization. But before we proceed for the context of the organization, now we have to decide the case study also. So we will talk about that at 14:10.
Sure, sir.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope everyone is back.
Yeah, but
Back.
Yes, Sanjeev.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yeah, we are
Thank you. So we can start now. Hmm. Fine. I hope you have had a good lunch, all of you. Yes.
Light lunch.
Sorry, light. Okay,
Light lunch.
light. Yeah, because the next half is usually post lunch. It is very heavy in any training, especially attending the training. I am speaking, so it's still easy. Right. Okay. So now let me share.
yeah.
So we have discussed until the terms and definitions. Now, a real implementation of ISO 42001 starts from here. That is the context of the organization. Okay. So before proceeding further, we need to decide a case study. So I'm just sharing a case study to all of you. Let me know if it is fine. I hope all of you have received it.
Downloading, sir.
Yes.
Okay. This is the same which I have opened it here.
Okay.
So I suggest reading it for 5 minutes
Okay.
or for 7 minutes. Let's keep it 14, 20.
Just joined. Sorry. What's the task?
This is a case study I
Okay.
have just shared on chat,
Okay. Okay.
right? So I'm saying that for 5 to 7 minutes, request everyone to spend some 5 to 7 minute time on reading this one thoroughly. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I am on mute. Let me know in case if you have any query. But try to understand there are certain words like drug discovery using AI assisted, molecular, what is molecular, what is modeling, clinical trial data management using AI enabled predictive analytics. If you want to simplify it, we can simplify because all of you wanted life sciences. So that's the reason I am keeping it life sciences. Okay. Have all of you read it?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyone can brief? Or anyone can brief?
The document pertains to company Biogenics Life Sciences Private Limited
Hmm.
and their need to implement ISO 42001 standard, wherein they want to use AI in managing life science operations of their company. They established comprehensive governance frameworks in terms of governance committee. They wanted to have a look at regulatory compliances through AI, considered ethical use of AI, wanted to have a focus on data privacy and security, trust and transparency. So their objective was also that after getting certified to 42001, they would have a competitive advantage.
Right. But there are key points which probably you need to look into.
The challenges that they observed was there was some bias observed in the clinical trial recruitment. Then some explainability gaps in terms of
No transparency.
molecular structure predictions, and their different process owners or processes like data scientists, clinicians, compliance officers were not in sync. They worked in isolation.
Yes.
And more importantly, the risk management was not structured enough.
And what is their services?
The scope of their activities was AI systems used for discovering new drugs, organizing clinical trials, and providing personalized diagnostics,
Yes.
which would
So-
enable customized treatment by the physicians or the doctors.
Right. But what is their AI solution? What is that which they are using as a core operation? It is there open in front of you. They have a 3 AI solution. Number 1, drug discovery using AI assisted molecular modeling.
Yes.
Right.
Clinical data management using AI-enabled predictive analysis.
Yes, clinical trial data management using AI-enabled predictive analytics.
Yes.
Right. And personalized medicine solutions leveraging machine learning models.
Right.
These are the 3. So there
Or
are 3 solutions which they are using for their AI. They are using AI. These may be 3 different applications. For now, let us assume that they have these 3 different applications.
where they want to leverage the help of AI.
They are leveraging the help, they are using the AI for these purposes.
Right.
And they want to implement the 42001, that is the artificial intelligence management system
Right.
for all these 3.
Right.
Right. They
Yes,
are
sir.
based in India, Europe, and the United States.
Right.
Their industry is pharmaceutical, research and development, clinical trials, and diagnostics. You know, clinical trial, there is a good amount of health and safety hazard. Because it is a medicine trial, and then possibility that people suffer heavy, life-threatening or permanent losses also in clinical trials. Right? I hope you all are aware of that particular fact, right?
Yes.
Clinical trial is a very dangerous industry.
Right, sir.
They pay heavily for people to agree to the trial terms and conditions. Fine. All of you know that this clinical trial business, life sciences business.
Yes, I know.
If we want to change the case study, we can change it now also.
I think we are aware. Most of us are aware, especially after the COVID vaccine clinical trials and all. I think most
Yes,
would be aware.
COVID vaccine clinical trial, that is a classical example. Even today, COVID vaccine is trial is approved for emergency purposes. It is still not a regular vaccine. There are reasons behind that. Okay, we will talk about all those points. Fine. Okay, we will be using a lot of things. I am not very personally expert on the molecular modeling. It is a very specific subject. I will try to learn it in next couple of days before giving you. But we will be taking this as an example, clinical trial data management using AI-enabled predictive analytics. That is my area. And personalized medicine solutions leveraging machine learning models. This we can do drug discovery using AI-assisted molecular modeling, but I need to learn what is the molecular modeling. As of now, I know only that much, the amount what you know. That means ki it is giving the shape and size, and it is forecasting like COVID. Probably you all know that COVID different variants, they were changing their shape and size, and accordingly the medicine were being discovered. The molecules of virus, molecules of bacteria, molecules of the medicines, they all are factored in, and there are subject matter experts who knows all these areas. Since I am not a life sciences or doctor or those things, so I need to learn. Probably I'll do that. Not an issue. But if I am unable to, then we will focus on to the point number 2 and point number 3 more. Okay, because that's my core area of AI. Right. Predictive analytics, enabled predictive analytics, and personalized one. We will try to take one, but this is not a data-driven molecular modeling. It is more shape-driven. So I have not come across any adequate algorithm or mechanism how to extrapolate the shapes into that one. That's the reason I am mentioning that. Okay. The next one, the business drivers you have understood. A scope of AI management system, AI system used for drug discovery, clinical trial design, and personalized diagnostic. There are risks in all these areas. In drug discovery also there are risks. Clinical trial design also there are risks. And personalized diagnostic there are risks. There are opportunities also. What is opportunity? In this case, which we were debating upon the positive risk or negative risk. Like let us say if they succeed and drug is approved by the FDA, it may be deployed into certain country. It may be very can be deployed into the area which is not governed as such. People may consume it. Its use may be restricted. Those are the points we will talk about that. And what is excluded is the traditional laboratory operations not influenced by the AI models. Like whatever they are using microscopes or other things, the traditional laboratory model to understand size and other aspects associated. Key challenges, you have already seen it. Implementation approach, there is a normal implementation approach. So if you are performing role of lead implementer as a 42001 expert, so in that case, you will have to do this, follow these aspects like gap assessment, governance framework, you will be establishing AI risk assessment, you will be establishing data and model management, data quality framework from where you would be taking out the data. That exploration will have to be carried out. Introduced model explainability protocol, this SAP and LIME for their thing, bias testing. Again, this I need to understand because life sciences, it looks like it is being used, the SAP LIME. Periodic bias testing on trial treatment AI, documentation and control, policies for AI ethics, transparency, accountability, all those things. Certification readiness. Outcome, regulatory trust, bias reductions, improved collaboration, risk mitigation, and market advantage. Fine. This is lessons learned. That is something which AI governance is not just technical. It requires a strong leadership and ethics, continuous monitoring, future roadmap, that they would be going in for information security as well and the privacy also, because there are a lot of privacy data which they are capturing in the process. Now, let's go back to the standard. Hope it is visible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So now clause number 4.1, that is the clause number 4, context of the organization. What it requires? The organization shall determine external and internal issues that are relevant to its purpose and that affects its ability to achieve the intended results of its AI management system. Okay. So in our case study, let us see, shall determine external and internal issues that are relevant to its purpose. What are those various external and internal issues that are relevant to its purpose for our case study?
They talk about that regulatory compliance, ethical AI, data privacy, security. These are.
Yes. So maybe someone can present their Word document and start writing. Can someone present it? Kiranji, Mr. Kiran. Anyone can volunteer. No one? Fine. So then I'm doing it. Let me share. I hope it is visible.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. That is a requirement number 1, 4.1. You remember standard is asking for what? The organization shall determine external and internal issues that are relevant to its purpose and that affects its ability to achieve the intended result of its AI management system. So let's see that one. So what are those issues? These are the issues. This is the number 1 issue. This is number 2 issue. This is what they said. This is the number 3 issue. Number 4 issue. is the regulatory compliance. Legal compliance. Patient safety. Right? Bias. AI data. Correctness. Is it visible to all of you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What else?
The
Trust and
process is also not standardized. That is one internal issues.
Non-standardized process.
trust and transparency.
Transparency.
Should we put roles and responsibility as well?
Policy to enforce.
Yes. If you are finding it roles and there is this future consequences, we will talk about that once we go into subsequent clauses. So you are finding it issues, roles and responsibility, fine.
Policy to enforce.
Sorry?
Policy to enforce.
Sorry?
Policy,
No, policy.
Policy, right, policy. To enforce. So I'm saying policy enforcement, right?
Right.
They are not able to enforce the policy. Okay. They are the core one. If you want, you can also have like attrition, right? That can also be an issue.
Is coordination between different process owners.
Yes. Coordination. Supplier management. Right? User satisfaction. And so on. Okay. So now let's go back to the what standard is asking for now, the next thing. So relevant to its purpose and that affects its ability to achieve the intended result of its AI management system. So the point what we have mentioned, they can affect. The organization shall determine whether climate change is a relevant issue. That is a requirement. Do you think using these AI solutions, climate can get changed?
No, I cannot change it.
No,
Yes.
climate change.
No.
Because of drug discovery using AI-assisted molecular modeling, clinical trial data management using AI-enabled predictive analytics, personalized medicine solutions leveraging machine learning models.
Generally, wherever AI is highly used, it needs a lot of computing power. So,
Energy.
so that typically one of the impacts of AI is more energy being used, and that is generally regarded as a negative impact on the climate.
Right.
Yeah, but to what extent? Like definitely it is true with respect to OpenAI because they are consuming almost a city's power. They have a huge data center, huge data center. But let us say that I am using this application on my laptop. Will it also impact the climate?
No.
Depends on the context. You will not be able to run such solutions on a laptop. So you would need high-end GPUs, etc. So depending on what this organization's compute models are, that will determine their
That will determine.
Yeah.
Impact.
So here in this case, are we identifying that as a climate issue?
Again, depends on what capacity and compute are they using. So it can go either ways. This potentially could be.
Potentially could be, fine. So let us identify it as a issue. And this issue is limited to other issue is climate change, right? Climate change due to very high power consumption, right?
Yeah.
That is the point which we are mentioning. Other point is, let us say that they modify something genetically, some module. Okay. And if it is induced into the human being, it can change their genetic behavior and genetic order. Do you see that as a risk? If by mistake they come up with some kind of a genetically modified medicine which can alter entire human being. Like imagine a situation if the COVID-19 vaccine which was implemented at large scale, it has a potential to change the entire environment and the way human beings are living together. Had it been wrong?
Could be.
Do you see that as a risk or no?
Yes.
Yes, that is a big risk. That is a big issue. So, wrong and
Uh, Sir, just to inject here, Sanjeev
yes,
sir, when you talk about AI-assisted molecular modeling, it will not include humans or humans being used as trial subjects. Usually, they are AI-assisted models which will simulate the behavior. So you are not really injecting anything or you're not changing anything in humans, because generally molecular modeling generally is not done on, not generally, it is not done on humans. It generally requires quantum mechanics and all such mathematical models to simulate the behavior. So I don't know.
right. So you have simulated the behavior. After that,
So the case study is not talking about after that, no?
no, they are talking about that one. Let us see this one. Drug discovery.
So drug discovery.
So after
using-
discovering of the drug, you would be
So
using.
they're not talking anything about after what will happen after drug discovery. So going by the case study and not going with any assumptions beyond it.
Purpose is clear that it is a drug discovery and always drug after discovery it is consumed by human being.
So, sir, that is what I'm saying. If I only look at the case study and the boundaries of case study, they are not saying that this drug will further be used on humans, because for that, a model will be different. So the regulations will be different, or, the laws will be different then. Right now, if I say that, there's a risk to humans, that's an assumption that I'm making as a person.
Yes, that's an assumption that this is what all the issues what we are identifying, they are all assumption as of now. It will get validated later on, whether
if-
that assumption is true or not.
So if I may add on that the drug discovery will also include phase 3 and phase 4 trials, which are
Yes.
first animal trials and then human trials. And
Yeah.
all the clinical trials have a stipulated kind of regulatory system behind them.
Behind them. And that is what they are referring to as a next step, clinical trial data management.
Yes.
This is what they are. So once
So
you have
in
discovered the drug, you are doing the clinical trial data management using AI-enabled predictive analysis. And then you are going for personalized medicine solutions.
So, sir, in case there are any genetic modifications done by the molecule or a chemical, it will show up in clinical phase 3 and phase 4 trials. So it will not go into clinical trial stage.
No, this is it core operations, clinical trial data management?
And this is on the approved drug trials. The trials are approved on drugs, only on those drugs which do not simulate or show any genetic modification traits, either in animals or thereafter in humans.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
we are
only
saying,
it's only the data management of the clinical trial. It is not talking about the actual. It is not talking about the the trial on the animals or humans, which is a different game altogether.
yeah,
It's
no,
only
the
talking.
next
But
point we are mentioning about personalized medicine solutions.
right, sir.
Again, that is leveraging machine learning model. So it is again uh, only based on the machines probably. So anyways, we can keep the point. I'm just trying to
Right.
make a point here that this can be, for example, if I'm going for an audit here, and the point here that I want to raise is that some of it may be based on the assumptions of the uh, of the of the auditor or assumptions of the system. So probably what we can add as a point here is that, though if the standard is not talking about it, there can be under the risk management, there can be a risk assumptions or something which can be verified. And if they are, it becomes a risk. If they are not, the assumption is wrong, then it doesn't remain the risk. I hope, Sanjeev sir, that will be a nice or a better way of, approaching this problem. Do you agree, or I don't know, you
Yes,
have
yes, yes.
better
I
judgment?
completely agree. But the only point we are still into 4.1, there is a possibility that we are identifying 10 issues and they eventually become a non-issue.
Yes, of course.
But right now, if we remove certain issue,
No,
probably
I'm
they
not
will
saying to
go,
remove it. No, no, no.
yeah, they
I'm
will
not
go
saying
out
to
of your radar.
I'm not saying to remove it. Yes, of course.
Right? You are getting the point. That's the reason I said that in subsequent clauses, we will see
Okay.
whether they
Fair
are
enough.
really a issue or not a issue.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Right. But here, in order to explain it further, I mean the organization, let us go into that one, that they are doing the drug discovery using AI-assisted molecular modeling. So they are changing the shape. They are evaluating our prospective shapes. Like let us take an antibiotic. Now we are becoming more antibiotic resistant. Let us be very clear with respect to this case study, right? They are changing to make it more effective, this antibiotics, right? They are doing this task on day-to-day basis. Then they are going in for clinical trial data management using AI-enabled predictive analytics. That's how it is, because they are only getting 20 or 30 human beings to experiment to do their trials. So they have to extrapolate it for the large population based on the statistical management, and then personalized medicine solutions leveraging machine learning models. Then post that they are providing these medicine solutions for the people to consume it. Right?
Yes.
Right, sir.
Let's go with this view as of now. Okay. So if you want, you can add it later on also. More issues, patent safety, bias. Now let's go back to the standard. The organizations can consider the intended purpose of the AI system that are developed, provided, or used by the organization. The organization shall determine its role with respect to these AI systems. So organization shall consider the intended purpose of the AI system. What is the purpose of AI system? It is already written, right? What is the purpose of the AI system? Drug discovery, clinical trial data management, and personalized medicine solutions. These are the three core purpose. What they have mentioned it over here. So the organization shall consider the intended purpose of the AI system that are developed, provided, or used by the organization. Now this case study is silent whether this AI solution is developed by this company or they have bought it commercially off the shelf from some other company and they are using it, or their client have provided it. All these names. So let us go with one assumption that they are developing it and then they are using it of their own. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Sure.
Right. So we are assuming that they are developing it. So consider it is done. Now note one, to understand the organization and its context, it can be helpful for organization to determine its role relative to the AI system. That means its role is development, deployment, and uses of the AI system. That is their role. These roles can include but are not limited to AI provider. So they are in a way acting as a AI provider, including AI platform providers, because they are putting it in cloud or in local data center, they are hosting it. AI product or service provider, they are also provider. They are producer also, including AI developers, AI designers, AI operators, AI testers, and evaluators. Then they are also AI customer because their scientists are using it, these solutions. AI partners, they are not AI partners because they are also using their own data sets, whatever they have. AI subject, they are also AI subject, including data subjects and other subjects. Relevant authorities, including policymakers, so they are not the relevant authorities. Is that clear? So that means they are AI provider, they are producer, and they are customer. Is that clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
What is AI subject?
AI subject, including data subject, like data subject would be whom? For whom they are developing their AI solution or drug. Let us say that they are, after experimenting, they are selling it to us. So we are a data subject.
Is that
But there is a possibility that they are also a subject, data subject. For example, one team, data subject, let's go there. Just a moment. Is it visible? Like drug discovery using AI assisted molecular modeling. So data subject is clinical trial data management team. For output of clinical trial data management using AI enabled predictive analytics is personalized medicine solution team. They are the data subject. So you can interpret it in that way as well as a lead auditor. But for now, we are going with that ultimately all these 3 points, they have come up with certain medicine to be sold in market to cure certain diseases after all 3 steps. This is what our assumption as of now it is. Is that answering the data subject point?
Yeah.
A detailed description of these roles is provided by ISO IEC 22989. Furthermore, the types of the roles and their relationship to the AI system life are, let me see that if it is 22989. No, we will find, we will refer to it at right point of time. Okay. I hope it is visible. A detailed description of these roles is provided by ISO IC 22989. Furthermore, the types of roles and their relationship to the AI system lifecycle are also described in NIST AI Risk Management Framework. NIST AI Risk Management Framework. Let us open this one. Is it visible?
Yeah.
You all know what is the NIST, right?
Yes, sir.
National Institute of Standards and Technology, but it is more applicable in United States.
Yes.
Okay. So Artificial Intelligence Risk Management Framework, Generative Artificial Intelligence Profile. You can see. This is just for your information for now. Later we will go through in this slightly more details. I'm just sharing it, confabulations, dangerous and other things. These are over and above the 27,001 control which are recommended. Like you won't find data privacy specifically as a control in 27,001, but it is there as a part of NIST. Confabulation, dangerous, violent or hateful content. It is not there as a 27,001. All of them as covered as a ethical part. But here it is a separate control, which they want it to be included. Dangerous, violent or hateful content. Confabulation. Here it is. There it is in some other form. So we will see that mapping as we progress further. But for now, let us see this one. Life cycle are also described. AI system life cycle are also described in the NIST AI Risk Management Framework. The organization's roles can determine the applicability and extent of applicability of the requirement and controls in this document. So whatever we are going to be discussing about in future, in rest of the slides, rest of the standard, that would depend upon the nature of the application, nature of the AI solution, what we have developed it, what the organization is developing it. External and internal issues to be addressed under this class can vary according to the organization's roles and jurisdictions and their impact on its ability to achieve the intended outcome of its AI management system. These can include external context, applicable legal requirements, including prohibited use of AI. There are certain legal requirements and prohibition of using the AI. Then policies, guidelines, and decisions from regulators. As of now, there are certain regulations from specific countries. Like in United States, you will see that. In Europe, it is there. But most of the country don't have any specific regulation to govern the artificial intelligence as of today. It is coming up. So at the time of certification, at the time of auditing, probably you will have to be vigilant with respect to various laws which are being introduced by the respective government, and they should be adequately identified as a issue and should be demonstrated to you as a lead auditor. Fine. Any question from anyone in this one?
No.
There is one document 5259 that is for the data life cycle, for data quality, for other aspects that is still under preparation. But however, we will refer to them also subsequently. Next point, under preparation is stage at the time of public filing. Number 3 point, is incentive or consequences associated with the intended purpose and the use of the AI system. So for example, if you are coming up with some kind of a medicine research which can kill someone, not in general public, but also during the trial stage. So there are consequences associated with that one. And if you come across with some good solution, which is caring, for example, let us say nowadays cancer is almost non-curable. If they are determined at later stages, someone is coming. So there are a lot of incentives for that as well. So that needs to be factored in, incentive or consequences associated with the intended purpose and the use of the AI system. Culture, tradition, values, norms, and ethics with respect to development and use of AI. That also. As a lead auditor, you will come across the situation very rigorously. In one country, something is ethical, another country, it is not non-ethical. For example, in US, it is a free society. So a lot of things, it is free, it is ethical. But if you go into Saudi Arabia or UAE or Qatar or Oman, the same thing is illegal. There are certain words which have meaning in one word is well respected, in another language it is unethical. So incentives or consequences associated with the intended purpose and the use of the AI system, that should also be identified as one of the issues. Sorry, cultural traditions, values, norms, and ethics with respect to development and use of AI. Competitive landscape and trends for new products and services using the AI system, that is also one of the issue which if you wish so or organization wish so, they will have to identify. Any question? These all are the external context what we are referring to. There is on this particular point on this context identification, the rest of the AI system, AI management system, that shape will be taking place based on this clause 4.1. So that's the reason we organization will have to demonstrate a thorough understanding these criteria and these points to all of you, to you as a leader. Any question from anyone?
No, sir.
No. Do remember in our case study, we have not identified any cultural issue, tradition issues, values issues, norm issues, and ethics issues. But you know, like pork in one country is ethical, but in another country it is unethical. Cow related products. It is in one country, it is ethical. Another country, it is unethical, right?
Yes.
So all those factors will have to be considered accordingly because AI doesn't have limited domain or limited jurisdiction or limited geography. It can be used anywhere. And the moment you deploy it somewhere where it is unethical, organization is expected to be going into a massive legal and regulatory consequences. So you as a lead auditor will have to validate that it is accordingly established within the organization. Hope it is clear to all of you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
Yes, any question?
No, sir.
No question? Fine. Internal context related to considerations such as organizational context, governance, objectives, policies and procedures, contractual obligations. We have not identified anything related to contractual obligations. And intended purpose of the AI system to be developed or used. So they are also these points. So you remember there are point number A and B. in note 2, external and internal issues, what we are identifying above will have to be factoring in these parameters, what it is recommended and suggested by the standard as a point number A and the point number B, which is for external and internal context of the organization. There is a note 3. Role determination can be formed by obligations related to categories of data, the organization processes, for example, personally identifiable information, processor or PII controller when processing PII. So see ISO IEC 29100 for PII and related roles. We will see this standard. So for artificial intelligence related PIIs, you will have to refer to 29100, or sometimes we also refer to 27701. That is a privacy management system. Roles can also be informed by legal requirement specific to AI system. So here I am just referring to some of the legal requirement. You can understand that one. Let me open that. Can you see this one? Is it visible, the AI laws?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. It is in one of my webinar which I had conducted for LinkedIn people. So I'm just using that one for all of you to. There are no law as such in Argentina. They have only a policy statement. Australia, the Australian government highlighted the application of existing regulatory framework for AI in 2021. The government released an AI action plan. Still, there is no law. Bangladesh, there is no law. Brazil only published the AI strategy. There is no law for AI. Canada, there is a law, but it is still anticipated, that AI and Data Act. So if you are going to be certifying anything in Canada as a lead auditor, you will have to be referring to AI and Data Act and Bill C-27. But they have a code of practice, which is non-mandatory requirement. However, it is a requirement. In Chile, they published National Policy and Action Plan on AI Right? There is something. In China, there is an artificial intelligence law of the People's Republic of China that was proposed, right? They all are in force. If you see below, there are guidelines which are in force. You can see algorithmic recommendation management provisions that is in force. Entering measure for the management of generative AI services that is in force. Deep synthesis management provisions in force. AI guideline and summary of regulation that is also in force. Scientific and technological ethics regulations is also in force. And next generation AI development plan also is in force. It is in China. Colombia, you can see, but they still have policies. There is no law as such. So why I am sharing all these points to all of you? There is a reason behind that. Let us go there into the main standard. Now, I will be skipping all the countries and moving to straight United States. You can see AI Training Act, that is there. National AI Initiative. AI Consent Act, that is in draft stage. That's what I said, that when Joe Biden was there, he came up with various laws into these areas. Right? No Fake Act, Protect Elections from Deceptive AI Act, because mostly they were finding it as an issue that AI is being used for changing the opinion of the masses, especially the Google, Facebook, Twitter, and so many other platforms. They were using it. So they came up with a law, Protect Elections from Deceptive AI Act. Somehow it couldn't pass, but I am seeing it for last 6-7 months. It is still there. No further progress into those areas. So the reason why I'm mentioning it, so that you be aware that what kind of a law which can be introduced, and accordingly organization will have to identify their issues associated. This is what they are mentioning as a part of 42,001. That is, role determination can be found by obligations related to categories of data the organization processes, for example, personally identifiable information, processes or AI controller when processing CISO 29001 for roles can be informed by legal requirement specific to AI system. So whatever is a legal requirement specific to AI system, that will have to be fulfilled. And that issue will have to be linked to their artificial intelligence management system. So with this, we are coming to close of clause number 4.1. I hope you have understood it. Now opening for any question.
No question.
No question? So I am recommending all of you have this standard copy available with you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You have. So spend 5 minute time and read 4.1 requirement very carefully. And ask me question if you have any. Is 5 minutes should be okay?
Yeah.
But read it very carefully. I hope all of you have read it.
Yeah.
Let me know any questions on any point, whatever is mentioned over there. No question? Remember,
Sir,
there can
please
be.
check chat. I have internet issues. Please check chat. I have put it there.
Okay, okay. If AI system is being developed in US but used in Canada, which country's law will be applicable in clause 4? So all the development laws will be of US and use law of Canada would be there. Is that answering your question?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, all the development laws would be applicable for US, assuming that it is not being used in US. If it is being used in US also, in that case, US laws will also be applicable for the AI uses, like biasness laws and other laws. Okay. If there are no laws in that country, so it would not be treated as a law. But do remember, there are certain challenges. For example, let us say that in India there is no law. So automatically there are certain other associated laws. AI is not an entity. ChatGPT is not an entity, but ChatGPT promoted by a organization is an entity. So there are some supporting laws which can make organization as a responsible and liable entity. So those laws would be applicable. There are multiple like anti-competition law. There are privacy laws like Data Protection Act, which is there, Cyber Security Act, cyber laws, okay, election laws. There are multiple laws associated, so that can also be applicable. And your AI solution should be able to take care of all those respective laws while coming up. And that was the reason why, because of this particular reason, probably you all would have seen Facebook. Facebook had to represent in European Parliament to defend their positioning onto these privacy aspects and other laws compliance issues. Is
I,
there any? Huh? Yes,
I have a question.
yes.
These days, many AI systems are being built around using APIs of these generative AI models, be that an OpenAI or
Yes.
Gemini, and we typically wrap things around it. Now, when I'm developing or any organization is developing a solution on somebody else's, the core processing is being handled by another entity, and that entity is a black box for me. I don't know the standards OpenAI follows, or I don't know the standards Gemini follows. So then, when we are talking about governance or compliance, a major part of my application is outside of my purview. So how do I define the context there?
So in that case, you would be AI user category also.
But I'm building a solution. I'm building a
Yes.
solution.
So
For
you are
example,
AI provider also, you are AI producer also, and you are also AI customer.
my customer can be somebody else. For example, I'm say
No, no,
building,
but you are a customer of ChatGPT
yes,
or
or
Gemini.
any model. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yes. So you are a customer of ChatGPT and Gemini. You are using those AI solutions for input. Not only one, I think I have seen 4 cases of certification for that.
Okay.
Okay. They all are using input as a background, but there are 2 different scenarios. There is one organization who claims that I am using ChatGPT output to tell you, and there are another organization who doesn't claim that.
Okay.
So the context of both the organization are different.
Okay.
So those who claim that they are using the output of ChatGPT, their liability is limited because whatever ChatGPT output is, that is something they are not responsible for.
Okay.
But the organization which is hiding the ChatGPT part, they are liable for everything.
Okay.
including correctness, bias-free, accuracy, and reliability, robustness. Multiple points we will talk about as a
Sure.
part of annexure.
Sure. Thank you.
Right. So there would be AI customer also, including AI user. Any other question from anyone before we move on to the 4.2? Remember, there can be 2 to 3 questions from clause number 4.1 in your exam. It's a very important clause because that's what shapes the AIMS, Artificial Intelligence Management System. So now you know the issue, so we can move on to the next clause, 4.2. As a lead auditor or lead implementer, now you know various issues which organization, internal issues, external issues, which organization is directly or indirectly facing or they are associated with. So the next one is understanding the needs and expectation of interested parties. So the organization shall determine the interested parties that are relevant to the AI management system. That is the point number 1. So let us go back. To our case study. And now let us identify the interested parties. Do remember we are only doing it as a on sample basis. In real time, it is a very, very complex work. So let us first understand interested parties. So for this solution, the solution which we are working on is drug discovery using AI-assisted molecular modeling, clinical trial data management using AI-enabled predictive analytics, and personalized medicine solutions leveraging machine learning model. So based on 3, let us take one example, drug discovery. So who all are the stakeholders? Number 1, let us talk about interested parties. First, let us identify internal, then we will talk about the external one. So who all are the internal? Let me copy paste it from here so that you understand that. So who all are drug discovery using AI assisted? Who all are?
Their own data scientists,
Data scientist,
compliance officers,
data scientist. Which officer?
compliance, regulatory.
Regulatory would be the external one.
No, I'm saying their internal people who determine what regulations
Okay.
are applicable.
So the regulatory team. Then there can be some testing team, right?
Right.
They would be interested parties. Who all? Management would be interested, right?
Yes. Even for that matter, HR.
Yes, shareholders. HR.
And then risk management team.
Yes, risk management team.
Marketing team.
Sorry?
Marketing team.
Yes, marketing. Think from this perspective, the drug discovery. So if they have discovered the drug, number one would be interested into more is the management because there is a directly
Yeah.
profit related to them and shareholders, right? Marketing team, sales team, they have to market it. Then there would be regulatory team, they have to comply. Then there would be testing team who would be validating it.
Quality team.
Quality team, yes.
See, I'm not sure. Management leadership also we need to include. Maybe chief digital or chief AI officer also need to be there.
Yes. Chief AI officers. I'm saying CAIO.
Oh,
Okay. Now let us find out some external. There are much more.
users, external users,
Yeah, external interested parties. So there would be
consumers,
regulators.
drug consumers,
Hmm?
regulatory bodies.
Yes. Consumers.
Consumers.
Suppliers.
Suppliers.
No, wholesale. Yeah, exactly.
Suppliers.
Distributors.
Users.
Users.
Yeah.
But who is user of drug discovery? That is your data management team, right?
Data.
Clinical trial team.
Yeah, clinical trial team.
No, but they are internal one, clinical trial team.
This drug discovery can be directly sold to any pharma company who would in turn do clinical trials.
Even trials also can be a third party vendors also, sir.
It can be third party, but
Yeah,
let us, for our sake of exercise, what we are identifying, not really we are doing it, right?
Okay.
Then your intellectual property rights team, IPR
Yeah.
team.
Yeah, patent team.
Yeah, or
That
patent
is-
team. There are so much. So this is how you keep on adding it, right?
Right.
Then there would be, because they are doing some drug discovery using AI-assisted molecular modeling. So here also there would be patent organization, government organization where the registration would be carried out. They would also be external interested parties that you have discovered something, right? Now,
Sure, sir.
yes. Yeah, some point from someone.
The people who are identified for clinical trial.
Yes, yes, that is a very, very important. But here we are not, it is a drug discovery using AI-assisted molecular modeling. So in molecular modeling, there is no patient directly. They are doing the modeling using some
On systems,
on system.
tweaking the structure of the molecule.
Yeah, tweaking the structure. There is no patient directly involved, or there is no trial body which is involved. Yes, they are involved in next phase, like clinical trial data management using AI-enabled predictive analytics. Here, you may require some real patient in order to test the medicine or personalized medicine solutions. That would also require some real patient to test your medicine. But all those things that would be done after molecular modeling. Because once you reach to 60 to 70% to your objective, then only you go for next one, clinical trial and personalized medicine solutions. Otherwise not. Then it requires FDA. Yes, FDA is also there, right?
It's a regulator, external regulator.
Yes, FDA. But anyway, they can be considered as a part of regulators, right?
Yeah.
But not necessary to be mentioned again.
It's only a country-specific regulator.
Yes, country regulators. So now let's go to the standard, what they are asking for the next point. The relevant requirement of these interested parties.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes.
So the statement made is the the interested parties that are relevant to the AI management system. So
Yes.
should we look at only the interested parties for the AIMS, or are we looking at interested parties for the AI system? Both are two different things, right?
AI system is revolving around AI applications.
Yes. So here we are looking at interested parties only for the AIMS that is being built for 42,001, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
AIMS, only for AIMS.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Got it. Understood, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Interested parties can be much more. For example, let us say you are hosting on cloud, so the cloud will also be Azure or AWS would also be interested parties.
But how will they be interested in my AI management system? Would they even look at my AI management system?
Yes, because before deploying it, there are multiple other aspects. We will see that as a control.
Sure, sure. Okay.
Because
Okay.
you need to, it was being mentioned that there is a massive processing which requires GPU, right? You require very large level of processing. There is a possibility that some solution may not serve their purpose, or they don't have adequate infrastructure to do the tasking, to the multitasking, as required by your AI solution. There are multiple challenges associated with that.
Sure. Understood. Thank you.
So that's the reason they are. Okay. The next point is the relevant requirement of these interested parties. So let's go back to our case study. Now we have identified that these are the interested parties. Now their requirement. So what would be the requirement of data scientist? From their AIMS?
Access to correct and robust raw data.
Yeah, but do remember we have discussed about interested parties only for drug discovery. So what a data scientist would expect the molecular modeling? So they would be more interested in correctness of output, right? So that they can trust it. Exact shape, not exact. Correct shape, composition, and use of molecule, right?
Correct structure of the molecule.
Yes. The structure of molecule. So not only structure is something which is their functional requirement, correct structure of molecule. Side effect or mutation of molecule, right? Maybe DNA sequence of molecule. I don't know, I'm not expert, so something may be wrong as well. Is that clear? That is the data scientist expectation.
Do they even require how many simulations to be done or something?
Yeah. Simulations details, right? Including parameters. Anything else which you are considering?
Do they also talk about techniques for this
Hmm.
molecular modeling?
I have just asked AI to tell me. Let me share that one.
So if we are presuming that data scientist is also doing the tweaking, then he should have his robust system with the software incorporated to do it.
Yes. What is the output here like? Types of molecular modeling output, 3D structure. So data scientists would be interested in correct 3D structure, correct building affinities and docking scores.
Binding affinities and dockings.
Yeah, binding affinities and docking scores, conformational information, energy and stability data, properties predictions. Model can predict various chemical and physical properties. Pharmacophore models. I don't know what exactly this one is, but something is output. These models describe the spatial arrangement
Special
of,
arrangement of chemical
Hmm?
features.
Yes. Then electrostatic potential. Based on this, the data scientist will come up with some kind of a simulation research for drug discovery, material science, chemical engineering, and fundamental research. That would be expectation for the role of data scientist, right? So whatever is applicable for the organization, they will have to manage correct 3D structure and molecular graphics. Is that clear or any doubt from anyone? Any question?
No.
No.
We can then add here specific requirement of his computer hardware and software.
But will that be interest of data scientist or it will be interest of IT team?
Yeah, not data scientist.
I said if the data scientist also does the tweaking, if he does not do the tweaking, then it is not his requirement. If he does the tweaking, then he requires it.
Okay. So let us see what you are saying. That is system configuration requirement, right?
Both hardware and software.
Yeah, it includes. Fine.
Right.
Right. So the next one is, let us go back again to the standard. What they are asking for. The point number 3, which they are asking for, which of these requirements will be addressed through the AI management system, AIMS? Fine. So which of these requirements will be addressed through AIMS? Fine. So let me say this one. Correctness of molecular modeling.
Negative.
It must be addressed through AIMS. Yes. Correct shape, composition, and use of molecule. Yes. Correct structure. That is also yes. Side effect of mutation of molecule. Yes. DNA sequence of molecule. Yes. Simulation detail. Yes. Hardware and software requirement. Do you think it should be addressed through AIMS? You are saying yes, right?
No, we were asking what are their requirements.
Right, but here now you are mentioning about their requirement, right?
No, now we
Now
need
you
to
are
get
saying to be addressed through AIMS. There is a further consequences now of this one.
right.
For example, you will have to demonstrate to they will have to demonstrate it to you as a lead auditor that how they are going to ensure correctness of molecular modeling output. So there has to be adequate process for validating the correctness of molecular modeling output because it is addressed through AIMS.
No, my point was something else. My point was that the need of providing software and hardware for use by the data scientist need not be addressed through AIMS. It can be addressed by the procurement of material itself. You do not require a different set of hardware and software for doing AI.
Right. So in that case, you can say it no, right?
Yes,
To simply say it no, that means it is out of radar of AIMS now.
right.
We will not focus on this point because it is not addressed. But rest of the point, DNA sequence, simulations, all those things. So there they will have to demonstrate you as a lead auditor the adequate process for these points, like correct structure of molecule, how they are evolving the correct structure of molecule. So all the point, whatever is addressed, they will have to demonstrate to you that how are they doing that, because now it is part of AIMS. Is that clear to everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Do remember, data scientists have not given any security requirement, right?
Right. Yeah.
They have not given any security. It can be some other team who is giving you the security requirement. So let's go back to the standard.
Yeah.
Organization shall determine the interested parties that are relevant to the AI management system, the relevant requirement of these interested parties, and which of these requirements will be addressed through the AI management system. Note, relevant interested parties can have requirement related to climate change. So data scientists have no requirement related to climate change, but other team can have. They have a requirement that climate should not get impacted, especially like, let's say that there is some environment team, environment management team. So there may be a requirement. Or country have certain laws for the environmental protection, environmental control. I'll take an example where it is applicable. In one organization in Uttarakhand, India, they have developed an AI solution for forestation and deforestation activity. So they keep on using the drone to capture the map of forest. Wherever some deforestation activity is going on, they are finding out adequate coordinates and other details to law enforcement agencies to take immediate action in that particular zone or area. or there are certain AI solutions in forest area to capture the population of forest animals. There are multiple things which they are using, and or there were AI solution which was used in Mahakumbh. Probably you all must be knowing that, to count the people, number of people who visited the Mahakumbh, especially onto the Ghats, and had a spiritual bath there. So they are using all those things. Okay. So they have certain impact on climate. If they are going by that, because their system was used, like in Mahakumbh, they were using it for sanitation purposes, for multiple other food planning, transport planning, right? Water quality planning, how much water is required. There were a lot of things which were being used for into the Mahakumbh or into forestation and deforestation in Uttarakhand. So you can think of in those directions, and accordingly you can come up with a requirement related to climate change, because any error can lead to massive climate change into the environment or geography, which is being solved by the AI solution what you are developing. Okay. So any question from anyone?
No.
No. So I think it is around 1 hour 40 minutes since we started this session. So should we take a break for 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. So let's take a break. Then we will talk about determining the scope of the AI management system. That is next class. Fine. And 4.4, that is the AI management system. So let's take quick 10 minutes break and then we will continue.
Yeah.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I hope everyone is back.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have understood the clause 4.1 and 4.2. That means 4.1 is understanding the organization and its context as a lead auditor, and you have understanding the needs and expectation of interested parties. The next clause is determining the scope of the artificial intelligence management system. The organization shall determine the boundaries and applicability of the AI management system to establish its scope. When determining this scope, the organization shall consider the external and internal issues referred to in 4.1, the requirement referred to in 4.2. The scope shall be available as documented information. The scope of the AI management system shall determine the organization's activity with respect to this document requirement. So let us see. I hope we said that the organization is AI provider also, AI producer also, and AI customer also, right? And AI user also. This is what we said. And in our exercise, we have already mentioned it.
Yes.
Fine. So let us establish the scope for this organization. Design and develop use AI solution AI solution and do you think something we have left?
No.
Anyone? One thing which we have mentioned, like conceptualize also, right? Anything which we have left? Data scientist. So conceptualize, design, develop, deploy, and use discovery, including data acquisition, algorithm development, hosting environment setup. Fine. Is it covering?
Yes.
It is still not complete because you have to mention,
We are talking about more.
yes, based out of, huh?
We are talking about predictive modeling also, right?
Yeah, predictive modeling. So conceptualize, design, develop, use drug discovery and molecular modeling, AI solution. AI solution including data acquisition, predictive modeling. Though predictive modeling and algorithm development can be, but fine, we can keep it separate also. Based out of the facility in US, let's say address. It is in also in Europe. There is an address, right? Then India address. Do you think it is covering everything?
Does it cover personalized diagnostics?
Personalized diagnostic?
Yeah.
Is it there as a solution?
No, no, it is there as the domain.
AI systems should use for drug discovery, clinical trial design, and personalized diagnostics.
That is the
Okay.
domain of the company.
So if it is domain, so in that case for which diagnostic it is?
This is general diagnostics. Patients.
Patient diagnostic, right? But if it is only for diagnostic, then why will they go for a molecular modeling?
So that is what I'm saying, sir. The diagnostic part is the domain industry where they are present.
Yes. So in that case,
in this particular case, diagnostics is not the parameter on which they are working.
yes, they are working because it is out of that, out of that.
Yes.
They are healthcare provider. I mean, a health medicine provider, right? They are not doing the diagnostic. Okay. But one thing is left is for uses in US, India, and Europe. Why it is required? Then you are limiting the laws applicable in these countries.
Yes.
So that means that certification would be valid only for US, India, and Europe. It will not be valid in Australia, in New Zealand, in South Africa or Africa regions, right? Or for that matter, any other country in Asia. Because only India is mentioned, right? In Europe also, it may not be valid for the UK. Any question from anyone? If anything which we are missing,
I think covered.
we will validate it once we go further. Fine. Is that clear now?
Yeah.
This is what they are referring to as part of 4.3, determining the scope of the AI management system. The scope shall be available as documented information. The scope of the AI management system shall determine the organization activities. So we have mentioned conceptualize, design, development with respect to this document's requirement on the AI management system. Leadership, planning, support, operations. Okay, we have missed one part. Support and operations, right? Even the planning part.
Yes.
So conceptualize, design, develop, conceptualize, plan, design, develop, deploy, support, and what else was there? Support and operations. Instead of use and operations. Of drug discovery and molecular modeling AI solution, clinical trial data management AI solution, and personalized medicine. Okay, and use and operations of. So I'm just breaking it for future transparency purposes. Drug discovery and molecular modeling AI solution, clinical trial data management AI solution, and personalized medicine AI solution. Including data acquisition, predictive modeling, algorithm development, hosting environment, setup based out of the facilities in US, Europe, India, for users in US, India, and Europe. Right? So do remember there would be three scenarios like drug discovery and molecular modeling AI solution. There would be different risk for drug discovery and molecular modeling. There would be different risk of clinical trial data. There would be different risk for personalized medicine AI solution. And impact would also be different. So whenever we go to that control, that clause, there would be 3 risk assessment and 3 impact assessment because there are 3 solutions associated. So any question in clause number 4.3 from anyone? I hope all of you are able to understand it. Let me know if it requires little more explanation somewhere. We seems to have taken a very tough scenario. Is that clear? This 4.3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me know. Anyone is not comfortable with this life sciences domain, so we can change it now also. So everyone is comfortable, so fine. Because there will be a lot of algorithm and data once we move to that data part, we will see that there will be some complexity associated there also. Okay, no issue. So 4.3. The last point is in this clause number 4. is the AI management system. So the organization shall establish, implement, maintain, continually improve and document an AI management system, including the processes needed and their interaction in accordance with the requirement of this document. So let us go in our case study. Is that fine? Is it visible now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So now let us see on right side. Process is required, right? Correctness of module. Right? That is the expectation, how it would be done. Right? Test plan and procedures. That is the documents required, right? This would go as a part of AIMS. R&D processes. Here also R&D processes. Mutation study processes. Public guideline. Wells guideline. Simulation process. Fine. They all would be part of AIMS, right? All of these would be part of AIMS. The similar way like ISMS, Information Security Management System, it would be for AIMS. So these are the stakeholder perspective, these are the process, then there would be some processes required from the standard also. We will add it once we go to that respective clause and associated controls. So as of now, based on the stakeholder expectation, we have added these processes. Right? Here, there would be no process. Any question from anyone?
Do we have to standardize hardware, software?
Hardware, software means?
Yeah, whatever the configurations that are required, computer
Yes.
configuration.
Yes, if it is a requirement of data scientist, the moment you make it as,
Okay.
let's say that you make it yes here. So in that case, you require that process.
Yeah.
So in that case, you will mention it. Right? Then that would be part of a AIMS. Any question? Any more question from anyone?
AIMS in general does not say anything about purchasing process.
No. it is different. This is a supplier.
Yeah.
So because we have not added any internal procurement team, let us add a procurement team, right? They are a stakeholder procurement team, right?
Mhm.
Procurement. They mention about nothing should be left. So in that case, we will add procurement expectation, procurement requirement. Is that clear?
Yes.
So now this is a time for a exercise with respect to clause 4. All of you are attending it as an auditor, or any one of you is interested in implementer also?
Pawan, Balaji, and I are implementers also.
Yeah,
Balaji and
me and
Sat,
Deepika,
Pawan.
okay. Pawan, you.
me and
Uh,
Deepika would be also interested as implementers.
Implementer. So now there would be two different set of exercise. One for those who are auditing. So you will have to come up with a questionnaire as an audit questionnaire. Fine. Based on the clause 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4 requirement for our case study, that what question you would be asking for. There would be 5 questions which you have to develop and evolve. And implementation team. So implementation team, you can decide any three stakeholder. One is mandatory to be either internal or external. So you can select 2 internal and 1 external, or 2 external and 1 internal. This way we have completed it, like what is their requirement to be addressed through AIMS, or processes required. So which processes would be required? That's something which will have to be completed as a implementer. And as an auditor, the questionnaire, audit questionnaire based on 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4. That will have to be developed. So should I make it 2 team here?
Sure.
But it will, by default, it will take its own breakout room. So I'm just putting it in 2 teams. So Deepika, Kiran, Rajesh, and Satish Abaraju. You are in room 2. So that means, can it be auditing?
Yes.
And room 1, Atulit, Balaji, Jayapradeep ji, Mohini, and Ramit from implementation side. Okay. So room 2, based on your questionnaire, you will audit the room 1 for adequacy of implementation with respect to the stakeholder they are suggesting, if it is okay as per standard requirement or no. Is the exercise clear?
Yeah.
So room 2 will be playing the role of auditor, and room 1 as a implementer, and you will have to defend whatever you have come up with. So should we take 15 minutes time for this?
Yes.
So I'm opening all the room for next 15 minutes. I am on mute. Let me know in case you require. Mr. Amit, please join the room number 1.
Sanjeev? Hi, Sanjeev. Sanjeev?
Hope you all have received.
No, I came out of the room. Can you help me to push me back into the room?
Room. Sure.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
doing that.
yeah. Thank you. I'm yet to get that document. I hope
No,
you
I
have.
have already shared that one.
Okay.
Closing all the rooms. Hope it is okay. I hope it is done.
Not really.
Not really.
Yes.
We are good at identifying if we felt.
Okay.
Not completely.
Not an issue. I mean, anyway, it is just a training session. In
Right, right.
reality, it will take much longer time.
Correct.
Right.
I've been working on it, sir. So, kind of, I understand what you are going through, telling us.
Yes. So let's see that one, especially the implementation team, room number 1.
I share what we have done on it.
Yes. Okay. So you completed only one, the data scientist.
We just started.
Hmm? Okay.
So, like,
Align data science activities to overall AI policy, drug discovery process, data procurement, data cleaning, and data categorization. So auditing team, have you come up with any questionnaire?
Yeah,
What is that?
1 minute. I'll just share.
We were just working on it.
Okay.
Maybe this is for the first time, so it is taking much more time.
You have a lot of questions.
You have come up with a lot of. I hope it is not generated through Gemini or
No, no.
AI. Okay.
No, not yet.
Probably you can cross check.
Sorry?
You can cross check, but it's not there.
Yeah. No, I can understand that one.
And Sanjeev sir, you have shared that document that you have been updating here in the chat.
Yes, it is already shared.
In the chat?
I don't see that.
We too not able to see that.
Yeah. No, we couldn't see it actually. The original case study, the initial one,
It
that's
is
what we
only
could
the
see.
initial one. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
not after you making those changes because
No, it is at 1632.
No, sir.
No, sir.
At least
Could
I'm
you
not
please
able
do
to
that
see.
again?
Not appearing in our chat.
Let me share it.
Somehow chat messages are not shown, sir. Previously shared documents also gone. Maybe multiple times my system also rebooted. That is a challenge. I don't know, but
Yeah, now we could see one.
Now it is there, sir.
Okay, the same. Should I send it on WhatsApp?
No, not required. Now at least I'm
We are
able to see
able.
it in the.
Yes.
Okay.
It has
In the
come
chat.
now.
so if possible, please send by a WhatsApp also, sir, because the
That will
system
help.
I'm using currently is it won't allow me to kind of share any document back.
Fine. So I'm sharing in a couple of minutes on WhatsApp.
Please. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So the question number 1, what is the scope and applicability of your system and business objectives? Fine. So maybe room number 2 can answer that.
Sir, we are room number 2. Audit team is room number 2. Room number 1 is implementation.
Sorry, yes, I'm sorry.
Room number one can.
Room number 1 can answer that.
What is the scope and applicability of system and business objectives?
So
Yeah,
you
you,
can-
the entire boundary what you have taken, the intention is to understand because that is a generic document what to be shared. Maybe you may consider everything, may not consider everything, right? So from that perspective, where your AI perimeters are described, how you are kind of applying it to the system, and what kind of business objectives you are addressing through that AI implementation. This is the intent of this question, Balaji.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Balaji has been doing auditing, not facing auditing.
Balaji is originally Balaji is the implementer. I am the auditor.
Roles reversed.
No, it's the same way only. Balaji is
Same way
implementer only.
Okay.
Yeah. Pavan and I are auditing, sir. Sanjay sir.
Okay. So Balaji, what would be your answer for this one? You have already written it.
One second. Jay, can you bring up the screen?
But one thing, I completely agree. Room number 2. Your questionnaire is very good. I have read it, everything.
Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. It's a complete detail.
There are way too many auditors in room number 2.
Yes. But room number 1 have not implemented it adequately.
No, we haven't.
Schedule auditor.
So probably asking questions is easier than coming up with answers.
No, Rajesh sir, हम implement भी करते हैं. So definition सब हम ही करते हैं. So that way
That fight
we
goes
understand
on,
both sides of the coin. The pain as well as the gain.
I was just saying on the lighter note.
Yeah. It's there. Your question number 1 was, you share the document. In this document, there was a scope statement which we had written, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In the top we have on the data discovery.
Yes.
Scroll up. Not that one. Drug discovery and clinical trial data management.
Clinical. And the document which I shared with you just now.
It has the scope.
It has the scope statement also mentioned.
Yeah.
Which we did before the split into room 1, room 2.
Room 1 and room 2. Go to that scope statement.
Down. Further down.
Conceptualize plan.
Yes, this one.
That's one, right? Conceptualize plan design.
Yeah. Plan, design, develop, deploy, support.
So, use
but do remember, as an implementation person, you will have to provide the evidences that how are you planning, how are you conceptualizing. There would be process of conceptualization. There would be process of planning. There would be process of designing.
You may not to include all the scope, all the phases, right? Maybe partial of the phases also you can include. So from that perspective, the first question is important to understand where your scope pertains and how the boundaries are drawn, like
How
where
the
your AI
boundaries
system
are.
is applicable.
Right.
So that also gives part to the auditors to go further.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that is the reason this question is asked. Okay.
Yeah.
That is the whole purpose why it is asked. So I think both of you, you got this question, what exactly is the requirement. We will not go to the, but I would request both room number 1 and room number 2 to share your documents, in whatever form it is, because we will be working on that in future exercises.
Yes, sir.
So that everyone is available. So you can send on WhatsApp. I think that is more convenient one. Then it would be available to those people also who have not joined because of whatever reasons.
Sure.
Okay. So now, because you have mentioned the conceptualize, plan, design, develop, deploy. So let me share one standard. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I have shared the
Hmm?
question.
Sorry?
I have shared the question.
Yes, Kiran. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now you can see ISO IEC 22989. You remember it was mentioned there earlier.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So this ISO IEC 22989 concepts and terminology that recommends you follow certain life cycle. What is this life cycle? Starting with inception, design and development, verification and validation, deployment, operations and monitoring, then reevaluate and improve it, then continuous validation. I hope it is visible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then retirement. So these are the traditional life cycle, and all this life cycle will have to be adequately implemented because in your scope it is already mentioned.
Right.
Right. I will share this also as a, let me share that as a screenshot. Okay, I have shared that one. Then there is one more point which is mentioned here. That is the data life cycle. Is it visible to you? There is a separate standard ISO IEC 5259 series on data quality for analytics and machine learning. I hope it is visible to all of you, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So these are the two major life cycle. And entire life cycle, because it is coming in your scope based on the case study what we have. Like for our one example, let us take one example. This one, let me open. Like drug discovery, right? Or clinical trial data management. So whatever, this entire life cycle, whatever is being mentioned here, like data requirement, data planning, data acquisition, data preparations, data provisioning, that will have to be demonstrated adequately because it is going to be applicable based on the scope what you have mentioned. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So you mean there should be processes mentioned for all of this, isn't it?
Yes, there should be processes mentioned for all of this.
Okay.
Okay. If not, in that case, you will have to justify it. Why it is not applicable.
Okay.
And further detailing, you can see in this standard 5259. Also, we referred it to earlier.
Okay. I have a question here.
Yes.
For a lot of AI organizations, they might not go through all these 8 stages for data. They might stop at probably data acquisition, data cleaning, and then pre-processing, augmentation, and provisioning.
Yes.
Is it necessary that they have to go back to these 9 steps, or can they claim a
No.
deviation on top of it?
No, if they are following, let's say, the neural networks,
Okay.
there is no data as such.
Yes. Yeah.
It is only a sequence of decision tree.
Yes.
In that case, this would not be applicable.
Okay.
Right? But
But
because-
what if it is a core ML model, a core ML modeling organization, but the organization currently is not following these 9 segmented steps. They are doing it in 3 or 4 larger steps. Probably they, conceptualize data, acquire data, pre-process data, and then they just use the data. So should that organization go back and set up steps for?
No, not required.
Not required. Okay.
But the point is here, your discretion as a lead auditor comes into picture.
Okay.
If it is going to affect any criticality, like in this case, health and safety can get affected, right? It is life sciences domain.
Yeah.
People health, people lives is at risk if AI solution is not adequate. So if you want, you can recommend, but you will not give a non-conformity.
Okay. Okay.
That they should follow all of them. Right?
Okay. Makes sense. Thank you. Yeah.
So we have to be practical as much as possible. We will talk about that, those practical scenarios, maybe towards end of the training session.
Thank you.
We can't insist on something as long as intent of the organization is clear. That they are improving, they are not going to be compromising on biasness, health, safety, life. If you come across any situation where they are very casual on these aspects, in that case, definitely you have all the reason to deny the certification. All right. I hope it is answering your point.
Yes, it does answer. Thank you.
We also need to determine and see and check what are the non-applicability things that they have determined for themselves. It may be quite possible that those are applicable.
Yes, so as a lead auditor, you will raise that point. These are applicable. Your justification is not fine with me.
Right.
It is your authority.
So just to avoid making any process or data, you may simply say that this is not applicable.
Simply say yes.
So that does not work.
Yes. If you are not convinced as an auditor that whatever justification they are giving is not convincible, is not
Convincing, yes.
Then you will say it is not acceptable. You go back and rework. And do remember, this is the only standard 42001 where there is a liability clause towards auditor. You know the liability clause?
Yes.
That means to whomsoever you are certifying, right? That organization turnover, according to that, you have to take the insurance if you are certifying that organization.
Professional indemnity.
Yes. It's a very, very complex clause. It is only in 42001, no other standard. All right.
Right.
So that's the reason easily people are not certifying. And now ISO is going to bring in, they are going to release the 9005 also. 9001 also, new version very soon. Okay.
Probably also because this is unknown territory for many people. So you need to be doubly sure what you are certifying.
Yes. So there is a clause, insolvency clause. That means if organization enter into some unethical activity,
okay.
So in that case, you will have to protect the insolvency as the auditing organization. That is written as a part of 42006. We will talk about those things as we process further. So if I am certifying, that means on behalf of InterCert, I am putting intercert on a liability of that turnover. And they have to take the needed insurance. It is a different matter that insurance cost is also being borne by the organization who are getting certified. That is a different part. I hope you are all of you are clear with this one.
Yes, yes. The liability insurance is there also for medical devices, CE marking.
Yes, there is also there. But here there is a direct linkage with the insolvency amount.
No, here it is also directly linked, as you are saying, with the auditor. There it is
Auditor.
not linked with the auditor. There it is linked only with the manufacturing company.
Yes, but in this case it is linked with the auditor only.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Here it is a different matter since we as auditors also would be involved.
Yes. Now they are going to create more toughness on ISO auditors very soon. We will see that discussion is going on.
Life is already hard, it will become harder.
So I think that would correct certain process. There has been some challenges also
Agreed.
in the past. So they have started with this 42,001 by making sure that there is a insolvency clause which has been added, making organization liable for the insolvency aspect associated with that one. So, okay. So we have covered, let's go back to the 42,001. With this, we have covered all clause 4, that is 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4. Fine. We have to move on to clause number 5, but then clause number 5 we will start tomorrow. Hope that is okay. It's a 5 o'clock.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sure. Is 10 o'clock fine with you, all of you, or 10:30? Because I saw one mail where it says that 10:30 to 5:30 and in what,
10 to 5 is fine.
10 is okay.
10 to 5 is okay. So
Yeah.
10 to 5. Or if you are fine with 10 to 5:30, the longer, I mean, the absorbance period is very low. We can continue the discussion, but probably that leadership is leadership and the clause number 6 and clause number 7 we will be covering tomorrow.
Okay.
Until clause number 7. If time permits, we will also refer to clause 8 also. Okay. Then we will go to other standards and the annexure A and annexure B. Fine.
Sure, sir.
Sure.
Meantime, I have one exercise for you, all of you. You have to read until clause number 4 adequately and complete the exercise individually at your end. The exercise what we have given, you have to identify all the stakeholders, internal and external, and you have to evolve a master list of document for our organization as a case study, that what all various processes they must have.
Okay.
Okay. If your time permits, you complete that. Otherwise, complete it tomorrow or maybe next week. But this will have to be completed, especially by those people who are implementer course. So if you are want to that one implementation one, so you will have to share all this risk assessment, impact assessment, this case study, everything that as a document, because that goes into the record.
Okay. Can you just repeat what is to be done from the implementation point?
All the exercises what we are doing.
Okay. So
And we will be doing in next 4 days.
So, yeah, today you gave an exercise for implementation. Can I just repeat that exercise or explain that once more?
Yes, that exercise is based on our case study.
Okay.
You have to identify 3 internal and external stakeholders, any 3. Write down their requirement, whether it would be addressed using the AIMS, yes or no. And then what would be the relevant process required by the organization to demonstrate it to auditor?
Okay.
Fine. Only for 3 stakeholders, any 3 stakeholder you can select. Right. And we will complete it entire things by next week. You will see that one. But those who are in implementation one, you will have to implement it for the organization whom we have taken as a case study. The minimum one, you don't have to complete it very thoroughly, but something is required to be completed. The basic one.
Sure, understood. Thank you.
Right. So from implementation point of view, it is required. There would be
And-
2 standard which would be referring to. We will be referring to 22983, and we will also be referring to NIST. They are more from an implementation perspective, and we will be referring to 19011. That is more from auditing perspective. But we will be covering both into the this training session. It requires more focus by the auditors on 19011, and more focus is required on 29983 by the implementation team. I will keep on explaining all these points as we progress.
Exercise for auditors is same, or we have to create that questionnaire?
No, you have to your questionnaire was auditing questions, right?
Right,
There was implementation of that one.
right.
Right. But don't worry, both of you will have same understanding as the auditor as well as the implementer. Only thing that certificate would be different.
Okay.
And examination pattern would be slightly different. We will cover all those things. You will understand all those things by maybe by end of the day tomorrow.
We can take both exams, right?
It's up to, I mean, I don't know what you have
Yes, okay.
agreed with.
Understood. Yeah.
Right. But you will know both auditing as well as the implementation by the end of day 4.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Sometimes it is separate course, sometimes it is common one, depending upon the participants and other factors. So we will be covering all of them. Okay. So my suggestion is to complete it. If not tomorrow, then maybe by next week, but definitely before next Saturday.
Yes.
We will continue tomorrow at 10 to 5.
Yes.
Right, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any question, Rajeshi,
No,
Balaji,
no.
Mohini?
No, sir.
No.
Yeah, sir.
Fine.
Thank you so much, sir, for
Yeah.
your patience.
I hope you are able to understand it, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Fine. It will be more clear in on day 3. You will be much
Sure.
more confident.
Okay.
Sure,
Yeah.
sir.
Let's be here till then.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So I am closing the meeting.
Okay, sir.
Okay.